Chapter 1910. Yang Lian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the woman. "You're the person behind him?" The woman glanced at Yi Xian, who had been thrown into the spatial abyss, and smiled. "I'm his older sister." "Older sister?" Yang Lian sized her up and smiled. "You want to save him?" The woman smiled. "Patriarch of the Yang clan, forgive me for being blunt, but you're quite stupid." Yang Lian's face instantly sank, and he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The woman in the distance was thrown into the spatial abyss. However, the woman within the spatial abyss was completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, the expressions on the faces of Yang Lian and the other three underwent a wonderful change. The woman continued. "In half a month at most, the temporal temple will far surpass your Dao mountain." Yang Lian stared fixedly at the woman. "What do you mean?" The woman smiled. "You're underestimating that sword. That sword doesn't just disregard the spatial pressure and the spatial abyss, it can enter the 9th layer of spacetime and fold it. Most importantly, it can fuse with the 9th layer of spacetime. Once Yi Qian comprehends its secrets, his strength will instantly surpass the Fate Soul stage." Hearing that, the faces of the three of them sunk. The woman glanced at Yi Xian, and then she smiled. "The most valuable thing in his possession isn't his bloodline or fate, but that divine sword. Why would Yi Qian not hesitate to go against all of you to seize that divine sword? Because that divine sword can allow him to fuse with the 9th layer of spacetime and allow him to attain a new height." The expressions of Yang Lian and the others were quite unsightly. The woman continued. "So what if the three of you obtain this little fellow's bloodline and fate? It can't allow the three of you to attain a higher level." Yang Lian suddenly said, "You want us to fight the temporal temple to the death?" The woman smiled, and then she looked at the Shao clan's patriarch, Shao Tian, and the Lin clan's patriarch, Lin Shao. "What do the two of you think?" The two of them fell silent. Of course, they were thinking about that divine sword. The fact that the temporal temple had seized it by force proved everything. However, Yi Xian was also a threat. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at each other and decided to kill Yi Xian first before snatching the divine sword. At this moment, the woman had already entered the 9th layer of spacetime with Yi Xian. The next moment, the woman and Yi Xian disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yang Lian's face fell, and he was about to give chase when Shao Tian suddenly said, "Stop chasing." Yang Lian looked at Shao Tian and Shao Tian said solemnly, "This woman is very mysterious. She was actually able to bring that young man out from the spacetime abyss. Her strength is extraordinary. Even if we catch up to her, we don't have full confidence that we can defeat her. Our top priority now is to go to the temporal temple and take back that divine sword." Yang Lian said in a low voice, "We're letting Yi Xian off just like that?" Lin Shao glanced at Yang Lian. "Then why don't brother Yang Lian continue chasing after this Yi Xian while the two of us head to the temporal temple?" Hearing this, Yang Lian's expression turned cold. "What do you mean?" Lin Shao said indifferently, "Nothing. I just want brother Yang to understand that once Yi Qian comprehends the secret of that sword, our Dao mountain will have to bow down to the temporal temple." Yang Lian was silent. The Shao Tendo said, "Let's go to the temporal temple." After saying this, he and Lin Shao disappeared from the spot. Yang Lian was silent for a long time before he followed them. On the other side, in the starry sky, a woman stood in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's bloodline power had been suppressed by her, but Yi Xian had not woken up yet. At this moment, Shui Tong appeared in front of the woman. She looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" The woman: "Qingcheng, Yi clan, ancestral shrine." "Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang." The person who spoke was an old man dressed in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides of him were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. Once again, she bowed to the elders and said, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. But now, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether or not he's crippled, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, two Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position. It's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just clutched her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded, Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, "Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The Great Elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and said with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the prince, even if it means death." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 1911. Yang Lian and the other two had already rushed in front of Si Qian. Three powerful forces charged toward Si Qian, about to crush him. Si Qian's expression was calm, and his eyes were filled with disdain. At this moment, Si Qian suddenly took a step forward and laughed. "Come, have a taste of my sword's sharpness." As he spoke, the profound qi in his body surged into the green profound sword like a tidal wave. In the next moment, he slashed. A sword to the end. Si Qian was stunned. Because this sword did not have any strength. What was going on? Before Si Qian could think further, Yang Lian and the other two's powerful forces drowned him. Rumble. Si Qian was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Si Qian, who had stopped, had his body completely shattered. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless, and his mind was blank. After obtaining the green profound sword, he had been studying it with some scholars of the temporal temple, and had never used it personally. Therefore, he did not know that he could not use this sword. On the other side, Yang Lian said solemnly, "That sword is strange." Xiao Tian nodded. At this moment, Si Qian, who was far away, suddenly swung the green profound sword fiercely. However, there was no strength in the green profound sword. Si Qian stopped, and he understood. He could not use this sword at all. Thinking of this, Si Qian roared angrily, "Yi Xian." On the other side, Yang Lian said solemnly, "He has been tricked." At this moment, Si Qian suddenly threw the green profound sword in his hand towards Yang Lian and the other two. Si Qian stared at Yang Lian and the other two. "The sword is yours." Yang Lian remained silent. Si Qian sneered, "What, you want to destroy my temporal temple? Forgive me for being blunt, but even if you can destroy my temporal temple today, how many experts does your Dao Mountain have left? Moreover, that Yi Xian is still secretly happy." Yang Lian glanced at Si Qian, then kept the green profound sword. Let's go. With that, he turned and left. Dao Mountain and the other experts also left hurriedly. On the battlefield, Si Qian said fiercely, "Find that Yi Xian at all costs. Find him." Not long later, all the experts of the temporal temple began searching frantically for Yi Xian. Yang Lian and the others had stopped in the starry sky. Yang Lian glanced at the green profound sword in his hand and said, "I'm unable to utilize this sword." Lin Xiao asked solemnly, "Can't you use it?" Yang Lian nodded, and then he passed the azure profound sword to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao held the sword in his hand, and a short moment later, he frowned. "Looks like only Yi Xian can use this sword." "Yi Xian." Xiao Tian suddenly said, "Find this Yi Xian." Soon, the experts of the Dao Mountain began searching for Yi Xian in a frenzy. Within the Xiao Ta, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a pile of soul crystals, which were currently being burned, and were constantly pouring power into his body. Gradually, a powerful aura emanated from Yi Xian's body. Break through to the seamless realm. After a long time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, he had already absorbed 1,000,000 soul crystals. Xiao Ta suddenly asked, "Have you reached the seamless realm?" Yi Xian nodded. Now that he had reached the seamless realm, he was still unable to contend against Xiao Tian and the others. The difference in their realms was still too great. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, tell me, how did Qing achieve 10 years in the pagoda, but 1 day outside?" Xiao Ta said, "I want to know, am I still a pagoda?" "Yi Xian," Xiao Ta said, "Young lord, what are you trying to say?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Space-time conversion." Xiao Ta was slightly puzzled. Space-time conversion? Yi Xian nodded. The space-time inside the pagoda is different from the space-time outside. It should be said that the space-time inside the pagoda is higher than the space-time outside. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Ta said, "I don't understand." Yi Xian was speechless. He pondered for a moment, then said, 10 years in the pagoda, 1 day outside. This means that the space-time inside the pagoda is different from the space-time outside. Or in other words, the space-time inside the pagoda is of a higher grade than the space-time outside. Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "Be more direct." Yi Xian said, "If I merge with you, is it equivalent to merging with this mysterious space-time created by Qing, Xiao Ta hesitated, then said, "Do you want to try?" Yi Xian nodded, "I think I can try, but I need your cooperation." Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "Will it be dangerous?" Yi Xian said, "Probably not." "Come, Xiao Ta, let's merge again." Xiao Ta turned into a golden light and disappeared into Yi Xian's forehead. Bang! Yi Xian's entire body started to tremble violently, and his body gradually started to become illusory. Moreover, the space-time around him actually started to vanish bit by bit, and even the 9th layer of space-time started to vanish bit by bit. However, Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale. Because he noticed that his body was slightly unable to endure the space-time within Xiao Ta. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to release Xiao Ta. He couldn't endure it. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his entire body had split apart. Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice, "Young master, I don't think it's possible." Yi Xian shook his head, "It's possible. However, I can't endure it for too long." As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged and started to heal himself. 2 hours later, Yi Xian's injuries were more or less healed, and then he merged with Xiao Ta once more. To be more precise, he merged with the space-time within Xiao Ta. During those few breaths of time, Yi Xian hurriedly sensed the mysterious space-time. However, it was only for a few breaths of time. After a few breaths of time, he had to start healing himself, and then continue with the merging. Just like that, time passed by bit by bit. Yi Xian tried again and again. After countless attempts, he could finally borrow Xiao Ta's strength to merge with the mysterious spacetime. However, he could only endure for 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths of time, he must separate from it. Otherwise, his body would be directly destroyed. Moreover, he needed to borrow Xiao Ta's strength. After merging with the mysterious spacetime, Yi Xian began to try to use the mysterious spacetime. He tried many times, and finally, he could use the mysterious spacetime's pressure. This made Yi Xian extremely excited. Because he realized that the mysterious spacetime's pressure could easily destroy the 9th layer of spacetime. In the following period of time, Yi Xian tried again and again. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter the mysterious spacetime's abyss, nor could he change the mysterious spacetime structure. Not only that, he couldn't even feel the mysterious spacetime's density. He could only use the mysterious spacetime's pressure. However, this was enough for him. Of course, even if he wanted to use the mysterious spacetime's pressure, he still needed to borrow Xiao Ta's strength. Simply put, if he threw out the pagoda now, even the 9th layer of spacetime could be easily destroyed. Yi Xian sighed. This Xiao Ta was finally useful. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian left Xiao Ta. As soon as he left Xiao Ta, the space in front of him shook violently. Yi Xian frowned slightly. So fast? At this time, a middle-aged man walked out from the space in front of him. The person who came was the Yang clan leader, Yang Lian. Yang Lian stared at Yi Xian. I've been looking for you for so long. You. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he tossed Xiao Ta out, and Xiao Ta transformed into a golden ray of light. In the distance, Yang Lian frowned slightly. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he suddenly put his palms together and pressed them forward. Bang! In an instant, the first layer to the 8th layer of spacetime around him condensed into a spacetime wall. Xiao Ta arrived with a bang. Bang! The spacetime wall in front of Yang Lian shattered, and at the same time, Yang Lian transformed into nothingness. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw this. Is it that terrifying? Before this, he didn't know how strong the mysterious spacetime's pressure was. He only knew that it wasn't weak, but he hadn't expected it to be so strong. Instantly killing a life-soul realm expert? Yi Xian was extremely excited. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian put Xiao Ta away, turned around, and ran. He could only use it once, and he had to heal for 2 hours after using it. Because the exhaustion was truly too great. Not long after Yi Xian vanished with Xiao Ta, Xiao Tian and Lin Xiao appeared here, and they remained silent as they gazed at the nearby spacetime hole. Yang Lian was gone. Lin Xiao spoke solemnly, it couldn't have been Yi Xian, right? Xiao Tian shook his head, he doesn't have that strength. It might have been the woman who saved him earlier. Lin Xiao's expression was quite solemn, since he was able to kill Yang Lian without anyone noticing, then his strength. Xiao Tian's expression was quite unsightly. Lin Xiao spoke solemnly, why don't we return the sword to him? Xiao Tian spoke fiercely, will he let us go if we return it? He won't. We have irreconcilable enmity with him now, so he won't let us go even if we beg for mercy. Moreover, my Xiao clan can't bow and scrape to him. Lin Xiao spoke solemnly, my Lin clan can't do that either. Xiao Tian gazed into the distance with an icy cold expression, I'm going to the divine Dao nation. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, the divine Dao nation? Xiao Tian gazed at the green profound sword in his hand and said, I'm going to give this sword to the divine Dao nation. Doesn't Yi Xian have the ability to do so? He should go ask for it from the divine Dao nation. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, are you really going to give it to them? Xiao Tian nodded, this sword is useless in our hands. Why don't we give it to the divine Dao nation and let that fellow, Yi Xian, become enemies with the divine Dao nation? As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said, let's go right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll go with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly chased after Xiao Tian. Yang Lian's death had terrified both of them. After all, Yang Lian was in existence on the same level as them, yet he died soundlessly. In other words, the person standing behind Yi Xian could kill them soundlessly as well. At this moment, they'd finally come back to their senses. On the other hand, the temporal temple was still searching madly for Yi Xian. 2 hours later, Yi Xian left Xiao Ta amidst the starry sky. He gazed at Xiao Ta in his hand and roared with laughter, "I'm finally invincible." Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said, "Young master, my intuition tells me that you won't last for more than 3 days before your enemies might advance again." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 19:12. Yi Xian's face darkened when he heard Xiao Ta's words. Damn it, that's really possible. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from behind Yi Xian, "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian turned around and saw that space was torn apart a few hundred meters away, and then a middle-aged man walked out. It was the temporal temple's Yao Jun. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback when he saw Yao Jun, Elder Jun. Yao Jun glanced at the surroundings and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yi, all the experts of the temporal temple are looking for you. It's best that you leave quickly." Yi Xian looked at Yao Jun and smiled, "Why are you helping me?" Yao Jun smiled bitterly, "Young Master Yi, don't ask so many questions. The temporal temple will find you in at most 10 minutes. At that time, they..." Yao Jun's face changed drastically, "They're here. They're here. Young Master Yi, take care." After he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Right after Yao Jun left, the space a few hundred meters to the right of Yi Xian was torn apart, and a middle-aged man walked out. It was the temporal temple's temple master, Si Qian. A wisp of killing intent flashed in Si Qian's eyes when he saw Yi Xian. "Yi Xian. It's been so hard to find you." Yi Xian smiled, "Temple Master Si Qian, is my sword useful?" Si Qian's face instantly became ferocious, "Yi Xian. How dare you trick me? Die, old man." As he spoke, he was about to attack when Yi Xian suddenly smashed his pagoda forward. "Strike first and gain the upper hand." Si Qian's face changed drastically when he saw Yi Xian's pagoda smashing towards him. He didn't defend himself, but instead took a step forward and punched out. He used all his strength because he didn't dare underestimate Yi Xian. Moreover, he felt danger. This punch caused the entire starry sky to boil and then be annihilated. As Yi Xian's pagoda came crashing down, rumble. The space where Si Qian resided was directly shattered, and he instantly retreated explosively. As soon as he stopped moving, only his soul remained. Moreover, his soul was vanishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Si Qian was stunned. In the distance, Yi Xian's face was also a little pale. The consumption of using Xiao Ta was too great. He could only use Xiao Ta once in a short period of time. Meanwhile, Si Qian suddenly spoke with a trembling voice. "Why?" Yi Xian looked at Si Qian. "What do you mean why?" Si Qian asked crazily, "Why?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Because I have backing." Si Qian's expression froze. His soul disappeared and he died. Meanwhile, countless experts of the temporal temple had appeared here, and their expressions instantly became extremely unsightly when they saw Si Qian perish. The Hall Master has been killed by Yi Xian? Yi Xian glanced at the experts of the temporal temple. "Are all of you going to attack me together?" All the experts of the temporal temple glanced at Yi Xian, and then they turned around and fled. Even the Hall Master had been instantly annihilated. How could they dare to continue fighting Yi Xian? Yi Xian didn't chase after those experts of the temporal temple. He was in an extremely bad state right now, and the important matter at hand was to recuperate. Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta, and he'd basically recovered an hour later. After he left Xiao Ta, Yi Xian sensed the green profound sword, and it didn't take long for him to frown. Because the sword was quite far away from him. Where does that fellow from the Xiao clan intend to take it? Yi Xian frowned, and he chased after it a short moment later. 3 days later, Yi Xian, who was riding his sword in space, suddenly stopped. Tens of thousands of meters in front of him stood a majestic city in space. Yi Xian walked in, and he saw 3 big words above the city gate, Millennium City. After entering the city, Yi Xian was shocked. The city was very prosperous, and the streets were dozens of meters wide. Tall buildings stood on both sides of the street, and it was densely packed, giving off a slightly oppressive feeling. There were all kinds of living beings walking on the streets. Their auras were powerful, and most of them were life matrix cultivators. Yi Xian was somewhat speechless. Damn it! These life matrices were all over the place. At that moment, a carriage suddenly drove over from the end of the street. It wasn't 1 horse, but 3. The horses were abnormally tall, and they were several times taller than ordinary horses. They were covered in black scales, and their hooves emitted blood-red flames. Everywhere they passed, they left a trail of fire. As the saying went, there were sparks and lightning along the way, and it was extremely dazzling. A woman sat in the carriage. She wore silver battle armor, and her long silver hair was tied into a ponytail. She held a blood-red whip in her hand, and when she waved it, thunder flashed. At that moment, someone on the street exclaimed, "It's Princess Dao Ling." Following this exclamation, all the experts on both sides of the street stopped and bowed. Yi Xian looked at the experts around him, and he was somewhat shocked. What kind of princess was this woman? Could she be a princess of the divine Dao nation? Just as Yi Xian was thinking, Princess Dao Ling's carriage suddenly stopped near Yi Xian, and she looked down at Yi Xian. "Why don't you bow?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, "I'm new here, and I don't know the rules of this city. Please don't take offense." Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian, and after a moment, she suddenly said, "Disrespecting the royal family and blaspheming the dignity of the royal family, execute him on the spot." With that, 2 mysterious experts suddenly appeared behind Yi Xian, and 2 cold lights slashed at the back of Yi Xian's neck. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He opened his palm, and a sword light suddenly flew out. Chi chi. The heads of the 2 mysterious experts flew into the air. All the experts present were shocked. This fellow dared to attack the royal family? Dao Ling sized up Yi Xian. "You're a swordsman." Yi Xian suddenly charged forward and slashed down with his sword. Dao Ling narrowed her eyes, and the blood whip in her hand suddenly swung down. Boom! A wave of sword light and blood light suddenly exploded, and Dao Ling was directly blasted thousands of meters away. Seeing this, the experts on both sides of the street changed their expressions, and they all turned and ran. Who was this Dao Ling? She was the favorite princess of the current divine Dao nation's king. Moreover, Dao Ling was the saintess of Spiritual Mountain. How noble was her identity! And now, someone was actually her opponent? In the distance, Dao Ling glanced at Yi Xian. "Do you know what you're doing?" Yi Xian was about to speak when a group of cavalrymen suddenly charged out from the distant street. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them wore thick pitch-black armor and emitted a powerful murderous aura. The leader of the cavalrymen hurriedly came before Dao Ling and knelt on one knee. "This subordinate deserves to die for protecting your majesty late. Please forgive me, princess." Dao Ling said plainly, "Commander Chen, the one who deserves to die is not you, but someone else." Commander Chen stood up and looked at Yi Xian. With a wave of his right hand, the cavalryman charged at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword light suddenly flew out. Chi! 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 In an instant, the heads of all the cavalrymen flew out, and 100 streams of blood shot into the sky like a fountain. It was extremely bloody. Commander Chen's expression changed drastically at the sight of this, and he hurriedly said, "Princess, you leave first." There was a hint of seriousness in Dao Ling's eyes. She stared at Yi Xian and asked, "Do you know what you're doing?" Yi Xian smiled. "Are you trying to say that you have a backer?" Dao Ling looked at Yi Xian. "You're provoking the Dao God Nation and Spirit Mountain. And you'll pay the most painful price for this." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "You provoked me first, didn't you?" Dao Ling was expressionless. "You don't respect the imperial family, so you deserve to die." Yi Xian sneered. "What a joke. I was born with an unyielding character. Why would I bow down to a woman like you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward and slashed with his sword. Drawing a sword to decide life and death. The moment the sword slashed down, a powerful force of sword Dao instantly shattered the spacetime in front of him. Dao Ling's expression changed drastically. She waved her right hand, and the blood whip in her hand swept across with a powerful bolt of blood lightning. Head on. Boom! The blood light suddenly shattered, and the blood whip in Dao Ling's hand shattered. At the same time, she was instantly sent flying out of the city. As soon as she stopped, a flying sword suddenly slashed at her. Dao Ling's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, she smelled the scent of death. But at this critical moment, a shadow suddenly appeared above her head. The next moment, Yi Xian's flying sword stopped. Seeing this scene, the cavalry commander nearby was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. If Dao Ling died here, then they would be in big trouble. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the shadow above Dao Ling's head. The shadow was very blurry, and its true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, it was not the real body, but a wisp of shadow. At this moment, Dao Ling bowed slightly. "Master. A powerhouse of Spirit Mountain." The shadow looked at Yi Xian. "You have such a high level of sword Dao cultivation at such a young age. Who are you?" Yi Xian shook his head. "An outsider who has just arrived." The shadow frowned slightly. "Just arrived?" Yi Xian pointed at Dao Ling not far away. "I just arrived and don't know the rules here. Your disciple saw that I did not bow to her and wanted to kill me." "Do you think this?" The shadow suddenly said, "You did not bow to her, and she wanted to kill you. What's wrong with that?" Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he smiled and said, "Why should I bow to her?" The shadow looked straight at Yi Xian. "Don't you know that she is the princess of the divine Dao Nation and the holy lady of Spirit Mountain?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Just because of that, I should bow to her?" The shadow looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, "Why don't you bow to her?" A sinister look flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. "The princess of the divine Dao Nation? The holy lady of Spirit Mountain? My father is invincible, my brother is invincible, and my sister is invincible. Am I proud? F***CKU. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly threw him. Boom! The shadow was directly smashed into nothingness by Xiao Ta. At the same time, Dao Ling's physical body was directly shattered by the powerful shockwave, leaving only her soul. P.S. I was too busy returning to my hometown. I'm afraid of losing my roots. Don't mind if I lose my roots. Forgive me. Chapter 1913. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many experts in the dark changed. Who is this guy? How dare he not give face to the divine Dao Nation and spiritual mountain? Does he want to die? Dao Ling was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. This guy actually erased his master's virtual image? Most importantly, this guy didn't give face to the divine Tao nation and spiritual mountain. This was the first time she encountered someone who didn't give her face. Dao Ling stared at Yi Xian with a gaze that was like a sword, as if it wanted to pierce through Yi Xian. Do you know what you're doing? Yi Xian didn't waste any words. He suddenly appeared in front of Dao Ling and slashed with his sword. Chi! A sword light flashed, and Dao Ling's soul was directly erased. Completely erased. She didn't even have a chance to reincarnate. The experts in the dark gasped when they saw this scene. He really killed her. And he did it so ruthlessly, directly erasing her without even giving her a chance to reincarnate. This was equivalent to slapping the divine Tao nation and spiritual mountain in the face. Who is this young man? On the other side, Commander Chen's face was extremely pale, and his entire body was trembling. Princess Dao Ling was killed just like that? After killing Dao Ling, Yi Xian turned and left. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, why can't you endure it? Now that you've killed her, endless trouble will come again." Yi Xian said plainly, "I'm not a tortoise. Why should I endure it?" Xiao Ta sighed softly, "Then you'll have two super enemies, the divine Tao nation and spiritual mountain." Yi Xian smiled. "What can I do? You saw it too. I, Yi Xian, didn't bully anyone. She bullied me first." Xiao Ta was silent. Yi Xian continued, "Yes, if I had bowed and saluted, there might not have been all this trouble. But Xiao Ta, why should we bow to her? Just because she's the divine Tao nation's princess? The saintess of Mount Lingshan? I don't care so much. I only know that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll definitely offend them." Xiao Ta said, "I know what you mean, and I also know that you have a backbone. How do you plan to deal with the spiritual mountain and the divine Tao nation next?" Yi Xian shrugged. "If we can win, we fight. If we can't, we run. What else can we do?" Xiao Ta said, "Then why didn't you run?" Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. "Someone's here?" Xiao Ta asked, "Can't you feel it?" The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. "Feel my ass." As he spoke, he rode his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared on the scene. The beautiful woman glanced downwards with a gloomy expression. She was Dao Ling's master, the Grand Elder of Spirited Mountain, Lan Ling. After a short moment, Lan Ling turned around and left. "Pass down my order. Find this person at all costs." The Divine Tao Nation. The Divine Tao Nation was located in the Divine Tao Star region. In the past, the Divine Tao Star region was extremely chaotic, and there were hundreds of thousands of forces of various sizes. But in the end, a divine emperor appeared in the Divine Tao Star region, and he unified the entire Divine Tao Star region in a short 100 years. He established an unprecedented super force, the Divine Tao Nation. A woman walked slowly in a hall in the Divine Tao Nation's imperial palace. She held a thick ancient book in her hand. The woman read very seriously, and the corners of her mouth curled up from time to time into a charming smile. The woman wore a wide white dress, and there was a soaring purple phoenix at the end of the dress. The phoenix's eyes were sharp as it looked down upon the world. The woman was the current king of the Divine Tao Nation, Shen Dao Ling. She was known as the most powerful woman in the universe. Right at this moment, an old man walked to the entrance of the hall. When he saw Shen Dao Ling reading, the old man's right foot that was about to step into the hall stopped in midair. He hesitated for a moment before walking in the end. At this moment, Shen Dao Ling put down the book in her hand and turned to look at the old man. She smiled. "What happened?" The old man bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, Princess Ling is dead." Shen Dao Ling. Shen Dao Ling walked slowly to the entrance of the hall with a calm expression. Who killed her? The old man said, a youth of unknown origin. Shen Dao Ling smiled, unknown origin? The old man nodded, unknown origin. We only know that the other party is a swordsman. Moreover, the other party is only at the Seamless Realm. Shen Dao Ling blinked, and Seamless Realm cultivator killed Ling, who has already reached the life-body realm. The old man nodded. Shen Dao Ling smiled, interesting. The old man bowed slightly, Your Majesty, I have already sent the Imperial Spirit Divine Guards to capture this person. Do you want him dead or alive? Shinto Ling chuckled and said, Lord Musa, a young man at the Seamless Realm was able to kill someone at the Life-Physique Realm. Moreover, the other party was someone who knew Linger's identity, yet he still dared to kill her. Do you think he's an ordinary person? Musa's expression was calm, no matter where he came from, since he dared to kill Princess Ling, he is looking down on our divine Dao nation. He should have his entire family executed. Shen Dao Ling smiled, Spiritual Mountain is already searching for this person? Musa nodded. Shen Dao Ling said, then wait for now and watch Spiritual Mountain's performance first. Musa glanced at Shen Dao Ling and nodded, I understand. After saying that, he paused and said, Your Majesty, Dao Mountain's Shao clan leader requests an audience, saying that he has a divine item to offer to Your Majesty. Shen Dao Ling frowned slightly, Dao Mountain. Musa nodded, a very remote starfield. Because there is no value there, it is not within our divine Dao nation's territory. Shen Dao Ling asked, he said he has a divine item to give me? Musa nodded, also, he wants to give it to Your Majesty in person. Shen Dao Ling smiled, interesting, let him see me. Musa nodded, and then he left. It didn't take long for Xiao Tian and Lin Xiao to arrive before the hall. They were just about to raise their heads to look at the divine Dao plume when an invisible pressure enveloped them, causing their expressions to change drastically, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. At the same time, they were astounded to the extreme. They were life-soul realm cultivators. Yet, this woman could suppress them with just an aura. How terrifying was that? Shen Dao Ling sat down at the side and smiled, You want to give me a divine item? Xiao Tian hurriedly said, Yes. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword floated over to Shen Dao Ling. The smile on Shen Dao Ling's face instantly vanished when she laid eyes on the sword. It was replaced by a solemn expression. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian hurriedly said, Your Majesty, we obtained this by chance. The knowledge of time and space contained within this sword far exceeds our understanding. So, we've specially offered this sword to Your Majesty. Shen Dao Ling held the sword and looked at it for a short while before she gazed at Xiao Tian. Where did you obtain this sword? Xiao Tian hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when Shen Dao Ling said, I'll only give you one chance to speak. Think it through. Xiao Tian was shocked and did not dare to play any more tricks. He immediately said, The two of us obtained it from a young man. Shen Dao Ling frowned slightly, a young man? Xiao Tian hurriedly nodded, yes. Shen Dao Ling said, Tell me about that young man. Xiao Tian didn't understand, but he didn't dare refuse, so he immediately told her about Yi Xian. At the side, Musa furrowed his brows. Shen Dao Ling gazed at Musa, and the latter nodded, It should be that young man. Shen Dao Ling chuckled, Interesting. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Tian and Lin Xiao, I really like this sword. What reward do the two of you want? Both of them were overjoyed when they heard this, and Xiao Tian hurriedly said, It's good that you like it, Your Majesty. As for the reward, Your Majesty, feel free to do as you please. Shen Dao Ling gazed at Musa, Take them away and entertain them well. Musa glanced at Shen Dao Ling and nodded slightly, understood. As he spoke, he gazed at Xiao Tian and Lin Xiao, Come with me. Xiao Tian and Lin Xiao hurriedly bowed respectfully to Shen Dao Ling, and then they turned around and left with Musa. Within the hall, Shen Daoling gazed at the green profound sword in her hand and clearly fell silent. The green profound sword. In next to no time, Musa appeared within the hall, and she spoke in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this sword?" Shen Daoling handed the green profound sword to Musa. "Take a look at it." Musa glanced at the green profound sword before him, and his expression became solemn. "This sword." Shen Daoling said, "Summon the palace master of the Shengong Palace, Mu Qiao." Musa immediately turned around and left. A few moments later, Musa brought a white-haired old man into the hall. This person was the palace master of the Shengong Palace, Mu Qiao, and he was responsible for the forging of the weapons of the entire Divine Dao nation. Mu Qiao bowed respectfully to Shen Daoling. "Your Majesty." Shen Daoling pointed with a finger, and the green profound sword landed before Mu Qiao. "Take a look at this sword." Mu Qiao picked up the green profound sword and sized it up. Moments later, his expression became solemn. "This sword, may I ask your Majesty, where did you get this sword from?" Shen Daoling asked, "Can you forge this sword?" Mu Qiao glanced at the green profound sword and hesitated for a moment before he said, "This. Compared to the person who forged this sword, I might still be a little lacking." "A little." Shen Daoling said calmly, "Then you can't." Mu Qiao hurriedly said, "If your Majesty is willing to let me study this sword for half a year, I'll definitely be able to forge a divine item that surpasses this sword." Shen Daoling shook her head. "You can't." Mu Qiao was quite confused. "Why not?" Shen Daoling looked at the green profound sword in his hand and said softly, "The Tao of space and time contained within this sword is unfamiliar to even me." Mu Qiao hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, let me study this sword for a month. In a month, I'll definitely be able to forge a sword that surpasses this sword." Shen Daoling suddenly said, "If you can't, you can resign and go home to retire, is that all right?" Mu Qiao's expression froze, and he bowed slightly moments later. "Your Majesty, the old man still has matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave." After saying that, he turned around and left. Shen Daoling shook her head and looked at Musa. "Investigate this person's background." Musa nodded before turning around and leaving. Within the palace, Shen Daoling looked at the green profound sword in his hand, and after a short while, she grinned, "I know you have a spirit, so I won't ask anything else. I just want to ask a question. What grade of sword do you belong to?" Sol fell silent for a moment before saying, "There's no grade. I'm invincible below 3 swords. Chapter 1914. Under 3 strikes? The divine Daoling smiled. "Which 3 strikes?" Sol replied, "Big brother young master's father, and young master's younger sister." The divine Daoling's eyes narrowed slightly. "Young master?" Sol replied, "Yes." The divine Daoling suddenly turned around. "Guards." Meanwhile, a man in black armor who carried a huge saber on his back walked in. The divine Daoling said, "Send my decree. Tell the Spirit Mountain not to make things difficult for that young man." The armored man bowed slightly, turned around, and left. The divine Daoling's expression gradually turned solemn as he gazed at the green profound sword in his grasp. Yi Xian walked slowly through an unknown mountain range. His destination was the divine Dao nation's capital because he sensed that the green profound sword was there. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly trembled. Yi Xian's expression was calm. The reason he hadn't flown on his sword was because he wanted to avoid some trouble. He hadn't expected that they would be able to find him just by walking. Since it was like that, then it was over. At this moment, a woman suddenly walked out from the crack in space. It was the Spirit Mountain's Grand Elder, Lan Ling. Lan Ling gazed at Yi Xian. "Since you dared to disregard my Spirit Mountain and the Divine Dao Nation, then I presume your background isn't simple. However, I'm very curious about the power behind you." Yi Xian smiled. "There's no enmity between me and the Spirit Mountain, and I have no intention of offending it." It was your holy maiden who wanted to kill me first. You. Lan Ling shook her head. I didn't come here to listen to you. When she spoke up to this point, she walked slowly towards Yi Xian. The strong have no need to listen to the weak. Understand? Yi Xian suddenly tossed. Bang! A ray of golden light suddenly flashed across the battlefield. Lan Ling's expression instantly changed drastically. She opened her right hand, and a golden shield suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang! The golden round shield shattered, and Lan Ling's physical body was crushed along with it. Lan Ling, who only had her soul left, was stunned. At this moment, a sword suddenly pressed against Lan Ling's forehead. Lan Ling's expression changed drastically. If you dare touch me, the spiritual mountain will slaughter your entire sect. Yi Xian blinked. If you want to slaughter me, I'm a little afraid, but if you want to slaughter my entire family, at this point, he said seriously, don't stand on ceremony. Quickly go slaughter them, especially my father. You're welcome to go find him. Don't hold back, use all your strength to beat him up. Lan Ling glared at Yi Xian. I underestimated you. Now, we can talk. Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. I want to reason with you, but you want to talk to me with your fists. I want to talk to you with my fists, but you want to reason with me. I'm not your father. Why should I spoil you? As he spoke, he suddenly punched out. Boom! Lan Ling was blasted into nothingness by the punch. Completely erased. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept down from the distant horizon. In next to no time, the horizon split open, and a middle-aged man walked out from within. Mount Master of the Spiritual Mountain, Mo Lien. Along with Mo Lien's appearance, dozens of spiritual mountain powerhouses appeared. Among them, there were a total of 12 Life Soul Realm powerhouses. They were surrounded. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young lord, it was a moment of pleasure to kill. How are you going to clean up now? Yi Xian said calmly, what can I do? If it were you, Xiao Ta, would you take it lying down? Xiao Ta said, Young lord, I've never seen you so unyielding towards master. Yi Xian said, that's my father. Isn't it only right and proper for me to give in to him? If he wasn't my father, I would've. Xiao Ta said calmly, what do you mean by that? Young lord, you sound like you can beat master. Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Ta, how did father tolerate you until now? Xiao Ta, at this moment, Mo Lien suddenly said, you killed our holy maiden and grand elder of Spiritual Mountain. How dare you? Yi Xian was about to speak, but Mo Lien suddenly said, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm. In an instant, the space around Yi Xian suddenly transformed into a cage, and the experts from the Spiritual Mountain were about to attack. However, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared here. The middle-aged man wore black armor and carried a large saber on his back. Seeing him, Mo Lien frowned. Lord Enzhua. Enzhua said, His Majesty has decreed that all powerhouses of Spiritual Mountain return immediately. Return immediately. Hearing this, Mo Lien frowned. Return immediately? Lord Enzhua, what does His Majesty mean? Enzhua looked at Mo Lien. Return. Mo Lien pointed at Yi Xian angrily. Lord Enzhua, this person killed Princess Ling, you, Enzhua said, return immediately. Mo Lien's expression was somewhat ugly. Enzhua suddenly pulled out the large saber on his back and slashed forward. Mo Lien's expression changed drastically and he blocked with his arm. Boom! Mo Lien instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet, and spacetime was destroyed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This guy is a bit fierce. That saber just now actually shook the 9th layer of spacetime. In the distance, Mo Lian's expression was extremely ugly. Of course, it was mostly fear. Zhuo looked coldly at Mo Lian. Return to the mountain. This is the last warning. Mo Lian glanced at Yi Xian beside him, then turned around and left. He was not afraid of Zhuo, but behind Zhuo was the woman who represented divine Dao nation. After Mo Lian and the powerhouses of spiritual mountain left, Zhuo turned to look at Yi Xian. His Majesty requests an audience. Yi Xian asked, the ruler of divine Dao nation? Zhuo nodded. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, can I not go? Zhuo suddenly pulled out the large saber on his back. Yi Xian hurriedly said, go. Let's go now. Zhuo nodded. Please. Yi Xian felt somewhat helpless. On the way, Yi Xian looked at Zhuo. Why is His Majesty looking for me? Zhuo shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian asked again, is His Majesty angry that I killed your Princess Ling? Zhuo shook her head again. I don't know. Yi Xian thought about it and asked again, Your Majesty, Zhuo looked at Yi Xian. Young master, I don't know anything. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Can you be quiet? Yi Xian, after Yi Xian and Zhuo left, Mo Lian watched Yi Xian and Zhuo disappear into the distance and said, this person probably has a backer in divine Dao nation. Someone is protecting him. A spiritual mountain powerhouse said, then what should we do? Our first elder and saint is going to die in vain? After a moment of silence, Mo Lian said, didn't the divine marquis's grandson, Wenrenyu, like the saintess? Now that the saintess has been killed, he can't sit back and do nothing. Inform Wenrenyu immediately. Also, use all the connections of spiritual mountain in divine Dao nation to kill this person. The spiritual mountain elder nodded. Understood. Mo Lian looked at the horizon in the distance and then turned to leave. 1 hour later, Yi Xian and Zhuo arrived at the divine Dao nation's imperial capital. When they arrived at the gates of the divine Dao nation's imperial capital, Yi Xian was somewhat surprised. This divine Dao nation's imperial capital was not big. Or rather, it was a little small. At this moment, Zhuo said, Young master, remember, no fighting is allowed in the city. Yi Xian asked, what if someone provokes me? Zhuo glanced at Yi Xian. In any case, no fighting. Yi Xian continued to ask, what if someone hits me first? Zhuo looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, who would hit you for no reason? Yi Xian asked, what if? Zhuo said, Young Master Yi, no one would take the initiative to hit you. You, at this moment, a young man suddenly walked over from the street in the distance. This young man was wearing an embroidered robe and had a sword at his waist. He held a folding fan in his hand. With one look, one could tell that he was a distinguished young master. Seeing this young man, Zhuo hesitated for a moment and then bowed slightly. Greetings, young Marquis. Young Marquis Wenrenyu. Wenrenyu ignored Zhuo and looked at Yi Xian. Why didn't you kneel and greet this Marquis? Yi Xian pulled on Zhuo's sleeve. Didn't you say that no one would come looking for trouble with me? Zhuo, at this moment, Wenrenyu smiled and said, not greeting this Marquis is looking down on etiquette, the divine Marquis residence, and the divine Dao nation. With that, he looked at Zhuo. Lord Zhuo, Lu, how should we deal with this person? Zhuo said in a low voice, Young Marquis, His Majesty has summoned him. Wenrenyu smiled. Did I stop him from seeing His Majesty? What I'm saying is that this person didn't greet me. He has violated the laws of the divine Dao nation. Zhuo frowned when he heard this. How could he not discern that Wenrenyu had come to cause trouble on purpose? Zhuo hesitated for a moment and then looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you, Yi Xian blinked. You wouldn't want me to greet him, right? Zhuo said, just greet him. Wen Renyu looked at Yi Xian and lightly tapped the folding fan in his hand. He smiled but didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled. He said that the people of the Divine Dao Nation must greet him, but I don't seem to be from the Divine Dao Nation. Wen Renyu suddenly smiled, but you're standing on the territory of my Divine Dao Nation. Since you're standing on the territory of my Divine Dao Nation, then you should obey the laws of my Divine Dao Nation. Yi Xian gazed at Wen Renyu and smiled, young master, there's no enmity between us, right? Wen Renyu walked over to Yi Xian and grinned, don't we have one now? Yi Xian smiled, the last person who asked me to greet her seemed to be called a Divine Dao Spirit. Right, she's completely vanished from this world now. Wen Renyu's expression instantly turned cold. He took 2 more steps forward and smiled, come. Hit me. Provocation. Yi Xian suddenly withdrew Xiao Ta and smashed it down. Bang! Wen Renyu wasn't even able to react before he was smashed into pieces by Xiao Ta. Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Even Anzua hadn't expected that Yi Xian would suddenly attack, and he hadn't even been able to stop Yi Xian in time. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta returned to his grasp. He glanced at the spatial black hole that Xiao Ta had created. Hit you? I'll fucking kill you. As he spoke, he gazed at Anzua and spoke furiously, I hate second-generation disciples that rely on their fathers and ancestors the most. How embarrassing. If everyone was like me, Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, that's enough. I'm very embarrassed. You're the strongest second-generation disciple in the world, so what's there to say? Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. It's the new year tomorrow, so I don't have time to write. What should I do? I haven't stopped writing for an entire year, so I can apply for leave. Brothers. Chapter 1915. Following Wen Renyu's death, the entire street became quiet. Wen Renyu. That was the Divine Marquis Young Duke. What kind of existence was the Divine Marquis Manor? The Divine Marquis Manor's ancestor was one of the founding fathers who followed the Divine Emperor to conquer the world. In order to reward the Divine Marquis Manor's ancestor, Wenren Tian, the Divine Emperor personally decreed that as long as the descendants of the Wenren clan did not rebel, they would be exempted from death. But now, someone actually killed the Wenren clan's young duke. Moreover, this young duke was the Wenren clan's only son. Things were getting out of hand. Next to Yi Xian, Anzua's expression was also extremely ugly. Damn it! Why did this guy dare to kill anyone? Was he crazy? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Lord Anzua, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring me to your emperor. Anzua said solemnly, young Master Yi, things are getting out of hand. Yi Xian said, that's why we have to hurry up and see your emperor. Right now, only your emperor can protect me, right? Anzua was speechless. You still know who can protect you. Without further thought, Anzua brought Yi Xian to the palace. He also knew that only his emperor could solve this problem. He was a little afraid of Yi Xian now. This guy was also a tiger. He dared to kill without a word, regardless of who the other party was. Tiger. The two of them had only taken a few steps when a hunchbacked old man suddenly appeared in front of them. Behind this hunchbacked old man stood 10 experts in dark armor. The Wenren clan. Seeing this hunchbacked old man, Anzua hesitated, then bowed slightly, Lord Yu Xian. Yu Xian. The Wenren clan's housekeeper. However, this was not an ordinary housekeeper. He was once a commander of the Imperial Army. After leaving the palace, he became a housekeeper at the Divine Marquis Manor. Yu Xian glanced at Anzua, then at Yi Xian. Without any nonsense, he charged forward and threw a punch at Yi Xian. This punch seemed to contain the stampede of a magnificent army, and a monstrous momentum instantly enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, drew his sword, and slashed. Boom! A sword light shattered, and Yi Xian instantly retreated several thousand feet away. Yu Xian suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and he was like a ferocious tiger that had left its cage as he punched straight at Yi Xian. This punch caused the surrounding space to distort and transform into a space-time vortex. In the distance, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. In an instant, a wave of sword light engulfed him and Yu Xian. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the sword light shattered. Yi Xian retreated another 100 feet. After Yu Xian stopped, he was about to attack again. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to activate Xiao Ta again, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Seeing this person, Anzwa heaved a sigh of relief. Musa. This person was the current divine minister, Musa. In the Shinto nation, he had great prestige and power. Seeing Musa, Yu Xian did not attack again. Instead, he bowed slightly. Lord Divine Minister. Musa turned to look at Yi Xian, then at Yu Xian. His Majesty has summoned him. Anything can wait until His Majesty has met him. Yu Xian said solemnly, Lord Divine Minister, young Master Yu is dead. Musa frowned. I told you. His Majesty has summoned him. Yu Xian's face turned ugly. Right at this moment, a cough suddenly sounded from afar. Everyone looked over and saw a beautiful woman walking over slowly from afar. Musa's face darkened when he saw this beautiful woman. Yu Xian and the rest quickly went over and knelt down. Greetings, Mistress. Situ Jing of the Divine Marquis Mansion was the current ruler of the Divine Marquis Mansion. Situ Jing walked slowly to Musa. Musa hesitated for a while, then bowed slightly. Old man. Situ Jing chuckled. I know that the Divine Marquis Mansion is not the same as before. In terms of power, we are indeed no match for you, Lord Divine Minister. However, the Divine Marquis Mansion is not a place that can be easily bullied. Then, she lightly tapped the walking stick in her right hand. Boom! The ground cracked, and in the next moment, hundreds of shadows suddenly rushed out from all directions. Divine Marquis Guards. Musa's face darkened. These Divine Marquis Guards were the bodyguards of the Divine Marquis Mansion. Even the weakest among them was at the Divine Physique Echelon. At this moment, a group of mysterious experts suddenly appeared beside Musa. There were only 16 of them, but they were all at the Divine Soul Echelon. And these were Musa's own bodyguards. The atmosphere in the surroundings instantly became tense. Situ Jing looked at Musa. Lord Divine Minister, the Divine Marquis Mansion has no enmity with you, and we have never thought of becoming enemies with you. Today, the Divine Marquis Mansion only wants to seek justice. Musa shook his head. Old man, he is the person that His Majesty wants to see. Situ Jing glanced at Yi Xian. Why does His Majesty want to see him? Musa shook his head. I don't know. Situ Jing stared at Musa. He killed Yu Er. Musa said in a low voice. Old man, let His Majesty meet him first. How about that? Situ Jing was silent. Around them, the experts from the Divine Marquis Mansion stared at Yi Xian. As soon as Situ Jing gave the order, they would swarm him. At this moment, Situ Jing suddenly said, since His Majesty wants to see him, then let His Majesty meet him first. Hearing this, Musa relaxed a little. He nodded and turned to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, please. Then, he turned and left. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and followed him. At this moment, Situ Jing suddenly said, Young man. Yi Xian turned to look at Situ Jing. Situ Jing stared at Yi Xian. No matter how powerful you are, the Divine Marquis Mansion must take your head. Yi Xian walked to Situ Jing. At this moment, Mu Sa frowned. Young Master Yi, don't do anything rash. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Lord Mu Sa, didn't you see that she was the one who threatened me first? Mu Sa's expression was cold. Young Master Yi, if you do anything rash, no one can protect you. Yi Xian laughed. Rash? What a joke. The moment I entered this city, the Divine Marquis Mansion came to bully me. Why? Only the Divine Marquis Mansion can bully others, but others can't? Or is it that the law of God country only bullies the weak and fears the strong? Mu Sa stared at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, be careful with your words. Yi Xian smiled. All right. I will be careful. Lord Mu Sa, let's go. Let's go and meet your majesty. After saying that, he walked into the distance. Mu Sa glanced at Yi Xian and followed. After Yi Xian and Mu Sa disappeared, Situ Jing suddenly said, pass down my order. Spread the news that this person killed Princess Ling and you, Yu Xian nodded. Understood. As he spoke, his expression became slightly solemn. He knew that old Madam wanted to control the public opinion first. But why did he want to control the public opinion? Because this person was not simple. At this moment, Situ Jing asked again, why did you, suddenly find trouble with this person? An expert from the Divine Marquis Constabulary said in a low voice, Old Madam, someone informed young master that Princess Ling was killed by that young man. That's why young master came to find this young man. Situ Jing's expression darkened. Spiritual mountain, right? That expert nodded. Situ Jing slowly closed his eyes. His expression was extremely cold. Spiritual mountain, how dare you use the Divine Marquis Mansion? She knew that the Divine Marquis Mansion was being used by the spiritual mountain. That expert said, Old man, I'm afraid that young man's background is not simple. Situ Jing was expressionless. How can someone who dares to kill the princess of God country be simple? However, no matter who he is, the Divine Marquis Mansion will take his head as an offering to you, soul in heaven. Then, she turned and left. Soon, the entire Divine Marquis Mansion began to move. The Divine Marquis Mansion's influence in God country was not to be trifled with. Before long, countless officials of God country had already left for the palace, ready to make a statement. At this moment, Yi Xian and Mu Sa arrived at the entrance of the palace. Mu Sa turned to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, do you know etiquette? Yi Xian smiled. Are you trying to say that I should bow when I see His Majesty? Mu Sa said in a low voice, Young Master Yi, only His Majesty can protect you. Yi Xian suddenly said, My sword is in His Majesty's hands, right? He could already feel the profound green sword. It was in this palace. Mu Sa nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled and walked into the palace. There was only one woman in the palace. It was the Divine Dao Ling. Seeing Yi Xian enter, the Divine Dao Ling put down a memorial in her hand and smiled as she pointed at the memorials in front of her. There are a total of 1280 memorials, and all of them request for your immediate death. As she spoke, she slowly walked in front of Yi Xian and looked straight at Yi Xian. Little fella, I know that you are not simple, but you are too ruthless. First, you killed a princess of God country, then you killed the little marquis of the Divine Marquis Mansion. Furthermore, you did not leave any leeway. Even if I wanted to protect you, I would not be able to. Yi Xian said with a smile, I have never provoked any of your people. The Divine Dao Ling blinked. Is that important? It is not. You should understand that reason is built on your fist. If you do not have the strength, you will only be humiliating yourself by trying to reason with me. Yi Xian smiled. I understand. The Divine Dao Ling smiled. Then tell me, how will you live? Yi Xian said with a smile, you should know better than me, don't you? The divine Dao Ling opened her palm and the profound green sword appeared in her hand. She looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Who is the person who forged this sword? Yi Xian answered honestly, my sister. Sister? The divine Dao Ling's lips curled up. She is the person behind you, and the reason why you are so unyielding, right? Yi Xian looked at the divine Dao Ling. What do you want? The divine Dao Ling smiled. Young Master Yi, whether you can live or not depends on how strong the person who forged this sword is. As she spoke, she exerted force in her right hand and a mysterious force suddenly surged into the profound green sword. Boom! The profound green sword trembled. At the same time, the space before her warped. A few moments later, the divine Dao Ling looked up. A few breaths later, the corners of her mouth curled up. Young Master Yi, I can sense the person who forged this sword. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, her illusory figure passed through countless spaces and arrived at an unknown starry sky. Not far away from her, a woman in a plain dress stood quietly. Not far from her, over 10,000 mysterious experts were kneeling on the ground. Not only were they kneeling, but their bodies were also trembling and their faces were filled with terror. At this moment, the woman turned around and looked at the divine Dao Ling. What's the matter? The divine Dao Ling smiled. I am the ruler of the divine Dao nation. Your brother's life and death are in my hands. The divine Dao nation? The woman raised her brows. She opened her right hand, and the walking sword appeared in her hand. Point me in a direction. P.S. A reader's birthday requested an extra chapter. I couldn't refuse. Chapter 1916. Where was the nation of divine Dao? Hearing the woman's words, the faces of the mysterious experts behind her instantly changed. All the experts immediately crawled down and their bodies trembled violently. They were terrified to the extreme. Over 100 kilometers behind them was pitch black, and even the 10th layer of space had been obliterated. That place was originally their home. 15 minutes ago, the woman in a plain dress had asked them the same question, and 15 minutes later, their home was gone. The divine Dao Ling looked at the woman in a plain dress. Where is my home? The woman in a plain dress shook her head. There's no need for you to point. As she spoke, the walk sword in her hand suddenly flew out. The divine Dao Ling's pupils constricted when she saw the woman in a plain dress attack. Even though it was only an illusion, she didn't underestimate her opponent. When she was about to attack, that seemingly slow sword suddenly stabbed into the space between her brows. Bang! The divine Dao Ling's body instantly became illusory. The divine Dao Ling looked at the woman in a plain dress. I underestimated you. As soon as she finished speaking, her pupils constricted. In the nation of divine Dao, within the imperial palace, a sword stabbed into the space between the divine Dao Ling's brows without any warning. The divine Dao Ling's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? That was the first thought in her mind. How could she stab into my body from countless galaxies away? That was utterly impossible. Right at this moment, her body and soul were vanishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura of death caused the divine Dao Ling's mind to clear up. The divine Dao Ling hurriedly looked at Yi Xian. I know Miss Nian. Yi Xian said, spare her life. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword between the divine Dao Ling's brows suddenly vanished, and the divine Dao Ling's body went limp and fell to the ground. In the unknown starry sky, the woman in a plain dress opened her palm, and a sword light fell into her palm. It was the walk sword. The woman in a plain dress turned to look at the group of mysterious experts before her. Do you want to live? All of them nodded in unison. The woman in a plain dress opened her left hand, and a portrait appeared in her hand. She opened the portrait. My brother. Everyone was stunned. What did that mean? The woman in a simple dress frowned slightly when she saw no one answer her. In an instant, the expressions of all of them turned grim, and the man in the lead hurriedly said, "From this moment onward, Senior's older brother is our older brother. No, he's our master. We'll go and follow master right now." With that, he turned around and left with the mysterious powerhouses behind him. The man in the lead instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the woman in a simple dress didn't attack. Damn it! We were almost annihilated. Where did this deity come from? At this moment, an old man said, "Grand Heavenly Venerate, what should we do now?" Grand Empyrean pondered for a moment before saying, "Go find that youth." The old man frowned. "Are we really going to recognize that young man as our master?" Grand Empyrean said angrily, "What? Is it a loss for us to acknowledge him as our master?" The elder hesitated for a moment before saying, "We're a god-tier civilization after all. If we acknowledge someone else as our master, the Grand Empyrean stared at the old man. A level 10 civilization? Look carefully. We can't even take a single strike from him. You can't even take one sword." The old man's expression was quite unsightly. The Grand Empyrean slowly closed his eyes. Why didn't she kill us? Is it because she was benevolent? No. It's because we're willing to submit to her. Understand? The old man nodded. I understand. But how are we going to find that young man? The Grand Empyrean fell silent for a moment before he said, "Didn't the image of a woman arrive just now? We can use the spacetime mark she left here to find her. She should know where that young man is." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the experts behind him and vanished into the distance. Divine Tao Kingdom. Within a hall. Yi Xian sat at the side and drank tea slowly. On the other hand, the divine Dao Ling was sitting cross-legged at the side and healing herself. Even though the woman in a simple dress had withdrawn that sword strike, it had heavily injured her soul, so she was extremely weak at this moment. After a long time, the divine Dao Ling recovered slightly, and she gazed at Yi Xian who sat nearby. "Who is she?" Yi Xian replied, "My younger sister." The divine Dao Ling fell silent. Yi Xian looked at the divine Dao Ling. "What's your name?" The divine Dao Ling replied, "Divine Dao Ling." Yi Xian nodded. "Miss Ling, let's talk about reason. I met the princess of your country, the divine Dao spirit. She insisted that I bow to her, but I didn't. Then she attacked me, and I killed her. Miss Ling, whose fault do you think it is?" The divine Dao Ling glanced at Yi Xian. "The one who attacked first was at fault." Yi Xian smiled. "When I came to Divine Dao Kingdom, the young Marquis of the Divine Marquis Mansion provoked me for no reason, so the divine Dao Ling said softly, 'Young Master Yi, I understand what you mean.'" Yi Xian shook his head. "You don't understand. Qing attacked. If Qing didn't make a move, you wouldn't have listened to me at all. Just like what you said before, the so-called reason is built on the foundation of strength." With that, he stood up and walked to the divine Dao Ling. "Miss Ling, I really want to kill you, and even destroy your divine Dao Kingdom. Because I've been really angry since the beginning, but I didn't ask Qing to do that. Do you know why?" With that, he walked out of the hall. The divine Dao Ling suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, I want to know why. After all, if you didn't speak just now, I would have been dead." Yi Xian smiled. "Because of Sister Nian. I don't have to give face to others, but I have to give face to Sister Nian." With that, he walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, he saw the Divine Marquis Mansion Situ Jing, and behind him stood a group of Divine Dao Kingdom officials. Situ Jing gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly pointed a finger at Yi Xian with fury. "You're the one who killed Princess Ling and the junior marquis." Yi Xian nodded and smiled, "That's me." The old man spoke furiously, how presumptuous. This is the divine Tao kingdom. How dare you act so arrogantly here? Capture him. Behind him, several soldiers were about to step forward and capture Yi Xian. However, at this moment, the divine Tao plume walked out of the hall. Everyone in the surroundings turned pale when they saw the divine Tao plume, and then they hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty. Situ Jing didn't kneel, and he bowed slightly instead. The divine Tao Ling's face remained emotionless. What are you doing? The old man hurriedly said, Your Majesty, he killed Princess Ling and the junior marquis of the divine marquis estate. His crimes are monstrous. I hope your Majesty can execute him immediately and execute his entire family. Execute his entire family. The corners of Situ Jing's mouth twitched. At this moment, he thought of that woman in a plain dress. The old man intended to say something, but the divine Tao Ling suddenly said, Shut up. The old man was stunned when he heard this. The other officials of the divine Tao kingdom were astounded as well, and Situ Jing who led the group had a gloomy expression on his face. Meanwhile, the divine Tao Ling opened his palm, and then a dark golden command token slowly floated over to Yi Xian. The expressions of all the officials here changed drastically when they saw this golden command token. The Divine Emperor Token. It was a supreme command token because it was left behind by the Divine Emperor all those years ago. Seeing this command token was equivalent to seeing the Divine Emperor, and even the current ruler of the kingdom had to bow before it. Moreover, the command token could mobilize any army within the Divine Tao Kingdom. It could be said that the authority of this command token was merely inferior to the Divine Tao Ling. It was exactly because of the special nature of the Divine Emperor token that it had never left the Divine Tao race since the Divine Tao Kingdom was founded, and it had always been in the possession of the successive rulers of the Divine Tao Kingdom. Moreover, from a certain perspective, the Divine Emperor token could be considered as a token of trust of the Divine Tao Kingdom's ruler. Because the authority of the Divine Emperor token was truly too great. The successive rulers of the Divine Tao Kingdom didn't dare to give it to an outsider. Yet at this moment, the Divine Tao Ling actually intends to give it to this young man? All the experts of the Divine Tao Kingdom were stunned. On the other hand, the face of Situ Jing who led the group instantly turned pale, and her hand was trembling. The Divine Tao Ling gazed at Yi Xian, keep it. It'll be able to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble in the future. Yi Xian glanced at the Divine Emperor token and shook his head, I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. I don't want it. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the distance. All the officials of the Divine Tao Kingdom almost fainted when they heard Yi Xian. He actually doesn't want it? He actually doesn't want the Divine Emperor token? Some of the officials of the Divine Tao Kingdom couldn't restrain themselves from cursing. He actually refused the Divine Emperor token. Meanwhile, the Divine Tao Ling suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she gazed at Yi Xian, this token can save you a lot of trouble. I presume that you don't want to cause unnecessary trouble just like what happened before, right? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he put the Divine Emperor token away, turned around, and left. He'd only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, and then he turned around to look at the Divine Tao Ling, where's the Women's Academy? The Divine Tao Ling said, Divine Image Musa, take young Master Yi to the Women's Academy. Musa walked over to Yi Xian and bowed slightly, young Master Yi, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured for Chen Shi to follow him. Yi Xian glanced at Musa and said, please lead the way. Musa hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. As soon as he finished speaking, he led Yi Xian along and vanished into the horizon. The officials of the Divine Tao Kingdom at the entrance to the Imperial Palace were stunned. Meanwhile, the Divine Tao Ling suddenly said, besides Old Man Situ and the others, everyone else is dismissed. The officials of the Divine Tao Kingdom hurriedly bowed respectfully and left. They weren't idiots, so they naturally noticed that something was off. After all, that young man possessed the Divine Emperor token. Would His Majesty give it away just like that? Of course not. After they left, Situ Jing gazed at the divine Dao Ling. Your Majesty, the revenge of my divine marquis estate. The divine Dao Ling stared at Situ Jing. Don't offend him. Situ Jing spoke in a low voice, Your Majesty, is dead. The divine Dao Ling spoke softly, if you insist on taking revenge, then Wenren you won't be the only one to die, your entire divine marquis estate will die as well. Situ Jing's face froze when she heard this, and then she slowly knelt down and remained silent. The divine Dao Ling walked over to Situ Jing and said, even if the divine marquis is alive, he has to endure it. Old man, if you continue to cause trouble for him, then I'll destroy the divine marquis estate. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Situ Jing remained silent, and his expression was extraordinarily calm. Chapter 1917. Musa brought Yi Xian to the Women's Academy. The Women's Academy wasn't in the imperial capital but in Yong City. On the way, Musa patiently explained to Yi Xian, Yong City is a small city. It was originally an abandoned ancient city. Because it's located in a remote area and it's surrounded by desert, no one lives in this city. His Majesty wanted Miss Mu Nyenyen to establish an academy in the imperial capital but she refused. We don't know why she chose such a remote place. Yi Xian smiled. Sister Nyen. He was actually looking forward to meeting Sister Nyen because he hadn't seen her for a long time. Musa looked at Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi, do you know what token His Majesty gave you? Yi Xian opened his palm and the Divine Emperor token appeared in his hand. Is it very precious? Musa said, Young Master Yi, this is the Divine Emperor token. It's very precious. You can use it to mobilize any army in Shinto. Yi Xian looked at Musa, any army? Musa nodded, any army. Yi Xian said with a smile, so, this Divine Emperor token is very precious. Musa looked at Yi Xian and said, very, very precious. Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Half an hour later, Musa and Yi Xian arrived at Yong City. Musa was slightly shocked when he arrived at Harmony City. Because he noticed that Harmony City was bustling with people and endless streams of horses and carriages. It was extremely bustling and flourishing. Not only that, he also sensed a very powerful aura in Yong City. Musa was shocked because Yong City had changed a lot. After entering the city, they went straight to the Women's Academy. The Women's Academy was located on a mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, a pretty girl suddenly appeared in front of them. The girl looked at Yi Xian and Musa and smiled, you two don't look familiar. Musa said, Miss, this young Master Yi wants to see your dean. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi? Yi Xian nodded. Tell Sister Nyen that I'm here. The woman blinked. You know the dean? Yi Xian nodded. The woman smiled and said, the dean is not here. Yi Xian frowned. Not here? The woman nodded. She left with Miss An and the others a few days ago. Yi Xian asked, where did he go? The woman shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian said solemnly, who is in charge of the academy now? The woman said, Instructor Ding. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, take me to see her. The woman hesitated for a moment before she said, should I go notify them? Yi Xian nodded. All right. The woman was just about to turn around and leave when a voice resounded from the mountain, let him in. The woman was slightly stunned, and then she turned around to look at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded, and then he turned around to look at Musa. Musa, let's part ways here. Musa nodded. Young Master Yi, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian followed the woman to the top of the mountain, and Yi Xian saw a woman in a small courtyard. He knew her, and it was Miss Ding. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Aunt Ding. Miss Ding smiled, I thought that you would only arrive after some time. I never expected that you would arrive so quickly. Yi Xian smiled, Aunt Ding, I never expected that you would be here as well. Miss Ding glanced at Yi Xian. The seamless state? Yi Xian nodded. Miss Ding stood up. Follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked to the side, and Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. On the way, Miss Ding asked, What do you plan to do next? Yi Xian said solemnly, Improve my strength. Miss Ding smiled, The best way to improve my strength is to fight. Yi Xian nodded, Indeed. Miss Ding said, Miss Nian said that if you come, she will bring you to a place. Yi Xian was slightly curious, Where? Miss Ding said, The city of myriad domains. Yi Xian frowned, The city of myriad domains? Miss Ding stopped, and she looked at Yi Xian, Give me your Xiaofan azure sword. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he passed the Xiaofan azure sword to Miss Ding. Miss Ding said, I will temporarily keep them for you. As she spoke, she pointed to a teleportation array not far away, Go in. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, Aunt Ding, is it dangerous inside? Miss Ding nodded, Very dangerous. Yi Xian, Miss Ding smiled, Are you afraid? Yi Xian said with a smile, What are you afraid of? As he spoke, he glanced at Xiaofan Miss Ding's hand, Aunt Ding, can this Xiaofan enter with me? Miss Ding smiled, Give me a reason. Yi Xian said, I have been through life and death with it for so many years, and I have feelings for it. Moreover, I also want to bring it along for the training this time. Miss Ding looked at Yi Xian for a moment, and then she smiled, All right. As she spoke, she passed Xiao Ta to Yi Xian. After receiving Xiao Ta, Yi Xian bowed slightly, Aunt Ding, I will be going now. As he spoke, he entered the teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated, and in an instant, Yi Xian disappeared. After Yi Xian disappeared, Miss Ding was silent for a moment, and then she turned to leave. Divine Dao Nation, inside the palace. Musa walked to the Shinto Dao Ling and bowed slightly, Your Majesty, young Master Yi has gone to the city of myriad domains. The Shinto Dao Ling frowned slightly, City of myriad domains? Musa nodded. The Shinto Dao Ling was silent. Musa hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, What is your Majesty worried about? The Shinto Dao Ling said softly, The city of myriad domains, this means that he will come into contact with the savage land. Musa said solemnly, Your Majesty is worried that young Master Yi will join the savage land? The Shinto Dao Ling nodded. Musa's face was gloomy, Your Majesty, young Master Yi has the Divine Emperor token. If he really joins the savage land, it will be a devastating disaster for our Divine Dao Nation. After a moment of silence, the Shinto Dao Ling said softly, Let's wait and see for now. Musa suddenly bowed slightly, Your Majesty, it is better to be safe than sorry. Your Majesty, please take back the Divine Emperor token immediately. The Shinto Dao Ling glanced at Musa, I just gave it out, and you want to take it back. I am not as thick-skinned as you. Musa said solemnly, But Your Majesty, if that young Master Yi becomes friends with the savage land, then, the Shinto Dao Ling said softly, Don't worry. This young Master Yi is too stubborn. If he goes to the city of myriad domains, he will only cause trouble, big trouble at that. So, let's just wait and see. As she said that, she seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly, Send an order to the city of myriad domains. In our Divine Dao Nation, no one is to provoke him, no matter who it is. Musa smiled bitterly, Forget it. The more we do this, the more likely those little fellows will provoke him. The Shinto Dao Ling nodded, Then let them be. With that, she turned and left. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, he was already in front of an old city. The sky was dark and covered in dark clouds, and it was extremely oppressive. The city before him was very old and slightly shabby, and it emitted a pungent smell of blood. Yi Xian said softly, "This is not a good place." As he spoke, he walked towards the center of the city. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head and saw a man staring at him from the city wall not far away. The man held a dagger in his hand, and the dagger was still stained with blood. Yi Xian ignored the man and continued walking towards the city. At this moment, the man suddenly smiled, "Brother, please wait." Yi Xian looked at the man, and the man grinned, "I am a little short of money recently, and I want to borrow some soul crystals from you. Don't worry, I will definitely return what I borrow." "Robbery." Yi Xian smiled, "How much do you want?" The man chuckled, "Give me 1 million. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a spatial ring floated before the man. There were exactly 1 million soul crystals in the spatial ring. The man was stunned. "He gave it to me just like that?" In the distance, Yi Xian walked towards the city. The man looked at the spatial ring in front of him in a daze. This was the smoothest robbery he had ever had. A moment later, the man put the spatial ring away and caught up to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the man, "What? Not enough?" The man said in a low voice, "Brother, is this your first time coming to the city of myriad domains?" Yi Xian nodded, "First time." The man smiled, "Brother, do you know what kind of place this city of myriad domains is?" Yi Xian shook his head, "It's my first time here, so I don't know anything." The man smiled, "I'm Wuxia, from the Divine Dao Nation." Divine Dao Nation. Yi Xian smiled lightly, "Yi Xian." The man spoke in a low voice, "Brother Yi, it's easy for problems to arise if you walk on the streets like this." Yi Xian smiled, "Get robbed?" Wuxia nodded, and then he glanced at the surroundings and said, "Follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he led Yi Xian to the right. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared before them, and the man glanced at Wuxia before looking at Yi Xian with a hostile expression. Wuxia chuckled, "Li Ka, he's my man." Li Ka glanced coldly at Wuxia, "Your man?" Wuxia nodded, "Mine." Li Ka's face was expressionless, "Is your man that insensible?" Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly, "What? You're not even going to give me this little bit of face?" A wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of Li Ka's mouth. "Face? Wuxia, why should I give you face? Don't think that I don't know that you've already obtained benefits from him. You've obtained benefits yourself, and you're asking us to give you face? I'm giving it to your ancestors." As he said that, he angrily pointed at Yi Xian, "If you don't give me 1 million soul crystals, don't even think about crossing this road." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Chi! Before Wuxia could react, Li Ka's throat was directly pierced by Yi Xian's sword. Instant kill. Wuxia was dumbfounded. Li Ka was also dumbfounded. Yi Xian exerted force with his right hand, and the sword directly pierced through Li Ka's throat, causing blood to spurt out. Li Ka stared at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with resentment. You're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." Yi Xian opened his palm, and Li Ka's storage ring flew into his hand. Li Ka still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly swung his sword. Chi! Li Ka was directly erased. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wuxia's mouth twitched. "Damn, this guy is really fierce." Seeing that Yi Xian was about to leave, Wuxia hurriedly followed. "Brother Yi, what are you doing in the city of myriad domains?" Yi Xian subconsciously said, "I'm here to act cool." "Oh no, I'm here to gain experience." Wuxia. P.S. New Year, too busy, really too busy. I don't even have time to write every day. Finally, Happy New Year's Eve everyone. Chapter 1918. Wuxia's expression was a little strange. Is this guy here to act cool? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Brother Wuxia, can you tell me more about the city of myriad domains? Wuxia hurriedly nodded, of course. The city of myriad domains is divided into 3 camps. The first is my divine Dao nation, the second is the wildlands, and the third is the heavenly abyss sacred gate. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Wildlands? Heavenly abyss sacred gate? Wuxia nodded. The wildlands are my divine Dao nation's mortal enemy. Back then, when His Majesty the Divine Emperor conquered the various worlds, the wildlands divine race refused to submit. Thus, the Divine Emperor banished them to an extremely remote wildlands continent, which is the wildlands. Now, the wildland celestial race has regained some vitality and has been going against my divine Dao nation. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why didn't the Divine Emperor directly exterminate the wildland celestial race? Wuxia shook his head, I don't know. Yi Xian nodded slightly. What about the heavenly abyss sacred gate? Wuxia said, the heavenly abyss sacred gate was once the number 1 sect and is still the current number 1 sect. Back then, before the Divine Emperor was born, they were the strongest sect in the myriad worlds. Moreover, the Divine Emperor seemed to have a deep relationship with them. But for some reason, they moved away and never stepped into the divine Dao nation again. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. Then, he looked around, do they usually fight? Wuxia said solemnly, not usually. Yi Xian frowned slightly, not usually. Wuxia nodded, not only do they not fight, they usually trade with each other. As he spoke, he pointed to a street in the distance, that's the Black Market Street. If you have any treasures, you can go there to sell them. Yi Xian looked at the street in the distance. There were quite a number of people setting up stalls on the street. Wuxia said, that is the only absolutely safe place in this city because no one dares to make a move there. That place is protected by the 3 factions' bosses. Of course, if you want to enter and sell something, no matter what you sell, you have to hand over 10% of the transaction to the 3 factions' bosses. Yi Xian was a little curious. 3 leaders? Wuxia nodded. Our divine Dao nation's boss is Fong Lin. This person's background is a little mysterious. There are rumors that he is the crown prince of the divine Dao nation's number 1 clan, the very first clan. There are also rumors that he is a member of the royal family. His true identity is unknown. Yi Xian was curious. How does the very race compare to the divine Marquis manor? Wuxia said solemnly, at the beginning, the 2 families were actually equal in strength, because the Divine Marquis and the Supreme Divine Image were the most important figures by the Divine Emperor's side. But as time went on, the Divine Marquis Palace fell behind the very race. This is because the Divine Marquis Manor has never produced any super geniuses, but the very race has produced a few. Yi Xian smiled and asked, what about the Divine Dao nation's royal family? Wuxia hesitated for a moment before he said, Brother, it's not my place to speak about the matters of the imperial family. Yi Xian smiled. What I'm more curious about is that there are so many noble families in the divine Dao nation. Don't they pose any threat to the imperial power? You should know that if an aristocratic family is powerful enough, they will definitely threaten the imperial power. Wuxia smiled bitterly. How would I dare? Yi Xian was curious. Why wouldn't I dare? Wuxia said solemnly, there are many reasons why the divine Dao nation's royal family has been able to exist until now, but the main reason is that every generation of divine master is not a pushover. Moreover, the divine emperor has decreed that the throne of the divine Dao nation is only passed on to the virtuous, not the eldest. This virtuous also includes women. As long as you have the ability, even a woman can become the queen of the divine Dao nation. Yi Xian frowned slightly. If a woman is the queen of the divine Dao nation, this chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. Queen, doesn't that mean that the divine Dao nation could become someone else's? Wuxia smiled. A woman's child can also inherit the throne, but they must have the direct bloodline of the divine Tao race. To be more precise, a woman's child's bloodline will be devoured by the divine Tao bloodline from the moment they are born. Moreover, if a woman is the queen, her child must be born with the divine Tao surname. Yi Xian said softly, so that's how it is. Wuxia continued, moreover, the divine Tao race has an extremely terrifying divine Tao army left behind by the divine emperor. Back then, this divine Tao army followed the divine emperor to conquer the myriad heavens and has never been defeated. Even the strongest barbarian cavalry of the barbarian divine race was defeated by the divine Tao army. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little curious. Could his divine emperor token mobilize the divine Tao army? He felt a little uncertain. Wuxia continued, the boss of the barbarian lands is called Tianu. This person is not from the barbarian divine race, but his position in the barbarian divine race is extraordinary. Even some of the direct descendants of the barbarian divine race are willing to obey his orders. Yi Xian asked, what about the heavenly abyss holy gate? Wuxia said, the heavenly abyss holy maiden, her name is unknown. She is a very mysterious woman who rarely appears. Yi Xian was a little curious, if they don't fight, then what's the point of this place? Wuxia pointed in the distance, behind this heavenly abyss city, there is a mountain range, and there is a ruin in the mountain range. No one knows from which era, but that ruin is the real reason everyone came here. However, we can no longer enter its depths because it involves the 10th layer of space-time. Yi Xian smiled, the divine Tao nation didn't want to take it for themselves? Wuxia shook his head, they wanted to take it for themselves, but in the end, they compromised. Because if the divine Tao nation wanted to take it for themselves, the heavenly abyss holy gate and the barbarian lands would join forces. This is not what the divine Tao nation wants to see, because the heavenly abyss holy gate has always been neutral. Yi Xian asked, the divine Tao nation has never thought of roping in the heavenly abyss holy gate to deal with the barbarian lands? Wuxia smiled bitterly, I don't know about that. Yi Xian smiled, brother Wuxia, let's part ways here. With that, he walked into the distance. Wuxia hesitated for a moment, then asked, brother Yi, where are you going? Yi Xian didn't answer and disappeared into the distance without looking back. Wuxia glanced at Yi Xian, who was at the end of her line of sight, and said softly, what a weirdo. Yi Xian directly left the city of Myriad Domain and came to a mountain range. His goal was also the ruin. He actually didn't have much interest in the treasures in the ruin, because with Xiao Ta and the Azure Profound Sword, he really didn't have much interest in other treasures. In a short while, Yi Xian came to the depths of the mountain range. At a glance, the mountain range in the distance was hazy, completely illusory. Not simple. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian continued forward. When he came to the deepest part of the mountain range, Yi Xian frowned because he discovered that the spacetime here was somewhat different. The spacetime here had changed. The place he was in now was actually the 8th layer of spacetime, but nothing around him had changed. What's going on? Yi Xian frowned. This place isn't simple. After a short while, Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and continued forward. When he crossed a small river, he stopped because he discovered that he'd entered the 9th layer of spacetime. The 9th layer of spacetime. Yi Xian frowned. This place was so weird. The further he went, this chapter isn't finished, please continue. The spacetime here was stronger. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian continued forward. When he entered the 9th layer of spacetime, Yi Xian secretly became vigilant. Even though there were no changes in the surroundings, he still didn't dare be careless. He continued forward, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at a valley. After entering the valley, his expression gradually became serious because he noticed that the spacetime pressure in the valley was growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, he didn't have the Azure Profound Sword, so he could ignore the spacetime pressure. So, he had to be careful. At this moment, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Not far in front of him sat a man. The man's head was lowered, and there was no sign of life. It was obvious that he'd died. Yi Xian walked in front of the man. The man was still holding a storage ring in his hand, and there was a spear on the ground. The spear was pure white, and it was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary item. Yi Xian glanced at the man, and he was a little curious. How did this guy die? At this moment, footsteps sounded from the side. Yi Xian turned to look. Not far away, a woman was slowly walking over. The woman was wearing a dark purple dress, and her face was covered with a veil. Her true appearance couldn't be seen, but her figure was excellent. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian cupped his fists. Yi Xian. The woman frowned slightly. Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded. The woman shook her head. Never heard of it. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, you are? The woman looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian shrugged and walked into the distance. At this moment, the woman said, if you continue forward, you will die. Yi Xian looked into the distance. There were 2 mountains in the distance, and between the mountains was a crevice. Below the crevice was a Xiao Dao. It was very small, and only enough for one person to pass through. Yi Xian turned to look at the woman, and asked, what's in front? The woman said, the gate of the ruins. Yi Xian asked again, Miss, do you know what ruins are inside? The woman looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian blinked. Am I very handsome? The woman was slightly taken aback. What was he talking about? Yi Xian smiled, Miss, if I'm not wrong, you should be the mysterious Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden, right? The woman nodded slightly, yes. Yi Xian smiled, my name is Yi Xian. What about you? The Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden didn't say anything again. Yi Xian shook his head, turned around, and left. The Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden said again, you will die. Yi Xian didn't even look back, none of your business. With that, he quickly walked toward the Xiao Dao. Arrogant? I'm more arrogant than you. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden frowned. How rude. In the distance, Yi Xian had already walked in front of the Xiao Dao. When he was about to step into the Xiao Dao, his expression suddenly changed, because he realized that the space-time in front of him was no longer the 9th space-time. The 10th space-time. The space-time in front of him was already the 10th space-time, and the space-time pressure in it was no longer something he could withstand. If he forced his way in, as the Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden said, he would really die. But if he retreated now, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? And it would be embarrassing in front of a woman. Yi Xian thought about it, then turned around and left. Damn it! He didn't have any face, so how could he lose it? End of this chapter. Chapter 1919. Seeing Yi Xian retreat, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden's eyes were calm, as if she was not surprised at all. After Yi Xian retreated to the side, he sat cross-legged on the ground and pondered. The 10th space-time. He had already felt the 10th space-time just now, and the space-time pressure contained in the 10th space-time was not something he could withstand at the moment. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little curious. What kind of relic was this? Would there be an 11th space-time behind it? At this moment, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden walked to Yi Xian's side and glanced at Yi Xian. Seamless realm. Yi Xian ignored her. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden continued, you were able to reach here with the seamless realm, not simple at all. Yi Xian still did not speak. Seeing this, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden frowned slightly. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly got up and walked to the front of Xiao Dao. Looking at the Xiao Dao in front of him, Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and he suddenly stepped out. As his foot landed, the space-time around the Xiao Dao directly distorted and became illusory. Seeing this scene, the heavenly abyss holy maiden's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, Yi Xian retreated again, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement. The reason he could step into the 10th spacetime just now was because he had used the mysterious spacetime in Xiao Ta's body. He could already use Xiao Ta to fuse with that mysterious spacetime, and that mysterious spacetime had absolute suppression on the 10th spacetime. Unfortunately, he could not fuse with that mysterious spacetime for too long. However, he was not in a hurry. He could take it slowly. At this moment, the heavenly abyss holy maiden suddenly asked, "How did you do it?" Yi Xian ignored the heavenly abyss holy maiden and sat cross-legged to recover his vitality. Every time he used that mysterious space-time, it consumed a lot of energy. Seeing that Yi Xian did not reply, the heavenly abyss holy maiden frowned slightly. "I'm asking you a question." Yi Xian turned to look at the heavenly abyss holy maiden. "Am I very familiar with you?" Heavenly abyss holy maiden, Yi Xian retracted his gaze and continued to devour the soul crystals. He, Yi Xian, liked to make friends, but he didn't like to make friends with arrogant people. "Arrogant? I'm more arrogant than you." The heavenly abyss holy maiden glanced at Yi Xian and did not ask further. She also had a temper. An hour later, Yi Xian suddenly stood up and walked toward Xiao Dao. The heavenly abyss saintess hurried to look at Yi Xian curiously. Yi Xian stepped into the Xiao Dao. The moment he stepped into the Xiao Dao, the 10th spacetime in the Xiao Dao area became illusory. It wasn't that it couldn't withstand Yi Xian, it was that it couldn't withstand that mysterious spacetime. After taking 3 steps, Yi Xian suddenly retreated. Seeing this, the heavenly abyss holy maiden frowned. "Why did you retreat? Continue walking." Yi Xian turned to look at the heavenly abyss holy maiden. "What does it have to do with you?" Heavenly abyss holy maiden, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to devour soul crystals to recover his energy. The heavenly abyss holy maiden walked to Yi Xian's side and looked at Yi Xian. "What secret technique did you use to step into the 10th spacetime? This secret technique consumes a lot of energy, and you can't use it for a long time, right?" Yi Xian didn't answer and continued to devour soul crystals. The heavenly abyss holy maiden glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything else. A moment later, Yi Xian suddenly stood up and walked toward Xiao Dao. Just like that, Yi Xian entered the 10th spacetime again and again. At first, he could only take 3 steps, but now, he could take 10 steps. Not only that, after fusing with that mysterious spacetime, he could last for 12 breaths. He was passing through the 10th spacetime in front of him. Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi clan's elders. "Why?" At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you remove him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, "Whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder said coldly, "Then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, even now he is fighting for the clan, but the clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince, it is the wish of everyone. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed, "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, "I will go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if I have to die 10,000 times." Yi Lang nodded slightly, "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show any mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, which was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. But now, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. But she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will risk my life for him." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 1920. Insult? Xiongho chuckled and said, "Little big brother, she didn't insult you because she can see through your nature. Your nature is lustful, that's why she said that." Yi Xian was speechless. Shen Qin looked at Yi Xian with an unfriendly expression. "Do you know what you've done?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "I'm just passing by." Shen Qin pointed at Xiongho, a little angry. "Do you know who she is?" Yi Xian glanced at Xiongho and shook his head, "I don't know." Shen Qin glared at Yi Xian. "You're in big trouble." Yi Xian was speechless. "I didn't King do anything. Did he cause trouble again?" At this time, the divine quilt looked at Xiongho. "What do you want to do?" Xiongho blinked, "You've trapped me for so long, and now I'm out. You ask me what I want to do?" "Shen Qin, can you not ask such an idiotic question? You'll make me despise you." Shen Qin looked at Xiongho and didn't say anything. However, the temperature was dropping at a terrifying rate. Xiongho, on the other hand, looked calm with a faint smile on her face. At the side, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Big shots, I'm just passing by. Go ahead." With that, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the divine quilt suddenly said, "You can't leave." Yi Xian looked at the divine quilt. "Why?" However, Shen Qin did not say anything. Xiongho laughed and said, "Little brother, she wants to use the mysterious spacetime in your body to seal me. You're not going to help him, are you?" As she spoke, she smiled faintly. Her smile was a little horrifying. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'm really not interested in interfering in the enmity between seniors. I'm just passing by." At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young lord, when did you become such a coward?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Do you think I'm like you? Big brother, even if you want to be arrogant, you have to look at your partner, okay?" Xiaota said calmly, "Under 3 swords, who do we need to be afraid of?" Yi Xian had a headache. He really wanted to give this Xiaota a stab. Ever since he was transformed, this Xiaota didn't even put his father in his eyes. If this went on, something would happen sooner or later. Meanwhile, Xiongho smiled and said, "Big brother, they won't let you off because you have a mysterious space within you. They'll definitely think of a way to obtain it and use it against me." Yi Xian looked at Xiongho. "What about you? You can kill me now and obtain the mysterious spacetime in my body, can't you?" Xiongho rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "I'm not that bad." Shen Qin spoke indifferently. "The reason she hasn't attacked is because she doesn't know your origins. But I believe that she definitely won't let you go, because once she obtains the mysterious spacetime in your body, her strength will undergo an earth-shaking change." Xiongho glared at the divine quilt, "Don't try to sow discord between us." Yi Xian was silent. He felt like he'd been swept into a huge vortex. Shen Qin intended to say something, but Xiongho suddenly smiled and said, "Shen Qin, let's stop reminiscing for today. We'll catch up another day." As she spoke, she waved her right hand. Bang! Shen Qin's image was instantly obliterated. Xiong Ho gazed at Yi Xian and smiled, let's go. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, let's go. Xiong Ho blinked. We're on the same side now. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiong Ho smiled, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Yi Xian asked, Miss Xiong Ho, are you from the Divine Dao Nation? Xiong Ho took the candied fruit in Yi Xian's hand, and then she said, no. However, I know a little about the Divine Dao Nation you speak of, Dao Yi. The one who founded the Divine Dao Nation is called Shen Dao Ming, right? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. All I know is that the world calls him the Divine Emperor. Xiong Ho smiled, then it should be that guy. Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Xiong Ho knows the Divine Emperor? Xiong Ho nodded, he comes from the same place as me and that Shen Qin. He's an extraordinary person. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian, do you have enmity with him? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I almost do. If Qing really destroyed the Divine Dao Nation with a single sword strike, then it would be a great enmity. Of course, he didn't panic. If he had the guts, then he would go look for Qing. Xiong Ho sized up Yi Xian, and then she said, the mysterious spacetime within your body. Yi Xian smiled, you want it? Xiong Ho blinked, are you willing to give it to me? Yi Xian looked straight at Xiong Ho, if I don't give it to you, will you take it from me? Xiong Ho looked at Yi Xian for a moment, and then she grinned, no. Yi Xian smiled, then I won't give it to you. Xiong Ho smiled, and then she said, let's go. As she spoke, she walked into the distance. When Yi Xian and Xiong Ho walked out of the Shao Dao, Xiong Ho turned to look, and in an instant, the small hall behind her directly burst into flames. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed. Even the 10th and 11th spacetime were burning. Xiong Ho turned to look at Yi Xian, let's go. As she spoke, she and Yi Xian left this strange spacetime. As soon as they left, the two saw the heavenly abyss holy lady, and beside her stood a man. Xiong Ho looked at Yi Xian, and said with a smile, your friend? Yi Xian shook his head. Xiong Ho smiled slightly, and didn't speak. At this moment, the man beside the heavenly abyss holy lady suddenly said, you're from the Divine Dao Nation? Yi Xian looked at the man, you are? The man smiled, Fang Lin. Yi Xian sized up the man, so this was the boss of the Divine Dao Nation in the city of Myriad Domain, Fang Lin. Fang Lin glanced at Xiong Ho beside Yi Xian, and said with a smile, young Master Yi, this is? Yi Xian was about to speak, but Xiong Ho suddenly smiled and said, I'm his younger sister. Younger sister. Yi Xian was speechless, another younger sister. Fang Lin smiled, younger sister. Xiong Ho smiled, do you have a problem? Fang Lin stared at Xiong Ho, young lady should have come out from inside. Fang Lin nodded, yes. Hearing this, Fang Lin and the heavenly abyss holy lady looked at each other, then Fang Lin looked at Yi Xian, young Master Yi is very capable. We spent more than 10 years to enter the mystic realm, but young Master Yi came today and entered it. Amazing. Yi Xian smiled, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Fang Lin smiled, young Master Yi, since you're a straightforward person, then I'll say it directly. We want a share of the ruins. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, then looked at Xiong Ho beside him, she came out from the ruins. If you want a share, then look for her. Xiong Ho. Fang Lin and the heavenly abyss holy lady looked at Xiong Ho. In fact, their real target was Xiong Ho, who came out from the ruins. Xiong Ho looked at the two of them and smiled, you want a share? Fang Lin and the heavenly abyss holy lady had a trace of wariness in their eyes. At this moment, Xiong Ho suddenly took a step forward, and in an instant, Fang Lin and the heavenly abyss holy lady burst into flames. Their expressions changed drastically, and they resisted frantically, but it was useless. At this moment, the two of them were terrified. Xiongho suddenly looked at Yi Xian and smiled, "If you plead on their behalf, I can let them go." Hearing this, Fang Lin and the Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady quickly looked at Yi Xian, their eyes full of pleading. Yi Xian smiled, "Lady Xiongho, whether you kill them or not is your own business. What does it have to do with me? If you want to kill them, then kill them. If you don't, then don't. Don't drag me into this." Xiongho smiled, "Then I'll kill them." At this moment, Fang Lin suddenly said, "Yi Xian, if I die here today, the very ones will not let you go." F***ck. Yi Xian was in disbelief. "Big brother, you have to understand that the one who killed you is this little girl. What does it have to do with me? Have you been burned senseless?" Fang Lin said crazily, "You can save us both." Yi Xian asked, "Why should I save you?" Fang Lin roared, "The very ones will not let you go." At this moment, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady suddenly said, "If young Master Yi is willing to save us, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Sect will reward you handsomely." Yi Xian looked at Xiongho, "This woman has a nice mouth. Let her go." Xiongho's lips curled up, "I'll give you face." As she said this, she waved her right hand, and the flames on the Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady disappeared. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady collapsed to the ground. On the other hand, Fang Lin was dumbfounded. He wanted to say something, but Yi Xian said, "I don't know the man." Fang Lin was speechless. A moment later, Fang Lin was burned into nothingness by the mysterious flames. Yi Xian looked at the Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady. At this moment, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady was extremely weak. It was as if her soul could disappear at any moment. The Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady looked at Yi Xian and said weakly, "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled, "You said you would give me benefits." The Heavenly Abyss Holy Lady nodded, "I will." Yi Xian smiled, "I'll be waiting." As he said this, he looked at Xiongho, "Miss Xiongho, where are you going?" Xiongho licked her sugar-coated hawes, then said, "I'll go wherever you go." Yi Xian's face darkened. "What do you mean?" Xiongho smiled and said, "It's exactly what it means." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Miss Xiongho, you're free now. If you want revenge, go find that divine quilt." "Why are you following me?" Xiongho smiled, "I've been sealed for too long. I need to heal now." Yi Xian's face darkened. "If you need to heal, then why are you following me?" "I can't heal you." Xiongho licked her sugar-coated hawes and smiled, "Why don't you want me to follow you? I can help you fight." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Miss Xiongho, I've already said it. I don't want to get involved in the matter between you and that divine quilt. Now that you're free, you can go do what you need to do, all right?" Xiongho looked at Yi Xian and smiled, "I won't. I want to follow you." Yi Xian was silent. He was a little angry. He really wanted to kill this guy with a sword. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, this woman is really arrogant. But it's okay, after we get out, let her use the green profound sword to sense Sister Tianming, then she'll behave. My sister Tianming specializes in all kinds of arrogant people." Yi Xian. Chapter 1921. Yi Xian couldn't do anything about this Xiongho's entanglement. Who asked him to be unable to defeat it? At this moment, the Heavenly Abyss Saintess recovered a little. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving my life." Yi Xian said with smile, "Saintess, I am looking forward to the benefits you are going to give me." The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young Master Yi, can you follow me to the Heavenly Abyss Divine Sect?" Yi Xian frowned. "Tianyuan Sacred Sect?" The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden nodded. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiong-ho. Xiong-ho giggled, "Whatever you say." Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Then let's go to the Tianyuan divine sect." Xiong-ho glanced at the Heaven Abyss Holy Maiden and Yi Xian, and an almost undetectable smile appeared on her face. Moments later, Yi Xian and Xiong-ho followed the Heavenly Abyss Saintess to the Heavenly Abyss Sacred Sect. He had gained a lot from this trip to the mystic realm. Now, after fusing with the mysterious space-time, he could persist for an hour. Not only that, but he could also throw the tower 3 times in a short period of time. The only pity was that he still couldn't use the space-time pressure of the mysterious space-time. If he could use the space-time pressure of the mysterious space-time, his strength would rise to another level. There was another thing that was a pain in the ass, and that was the Xiong-ho. He couldn't get rid of this little girl now, and he knew that there would be big trouble soon. Divine Dao Nation. Inside the palace, Musa walked to the front of the Divine Dao plume and bowed slightly. Fang Lin is dead. Divine Dao Ling frowned slightly. It couldn't have been that guy who killed him, right? Fang Lin told us that he was killed by Yi Xian. However, according to the information we received, he was killed by someone else. Musa said in a deep voice. Divine Dao Ling was perplexed. Then why did Fang Lin send a message back saying that young Master Yi killed him? Musa shook his head, "I don't know." The Divine Dao Ling's expression darkened. "You're still trying to scam me even after you're dead. What's wrong with him?" Musa said, "Your Majesty, we have received news that the very ones are looking for young Master Yi." The Divine Dao Ling immediately got up and left. Musa was stunned, and then he said, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" The Divine Dao plume didn't even turn its head. Musa still wanted to say something, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically because he noticed that there were 12 people following behind the Divine Dao feather. These 12 people were all dressed in white armor and had golden sabers at their waists. Divine Dao Army. Musa was a little dumbfounded. Why was he mobilizing the Divine Dao Army? Not long after Yi Xian's group of 3 left the City of Infinite Domains, the space in front of them suddenly trembled violently. Then, a powerful aura swept out from the trembling space. Yi Xian was speechless. He knew it had to be the very ones. Right at this moment, the trembling space suddenly split open, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within. Yi Xian's face sank when he saw this middle-aged man. Very strong. He had definitely surpassed the life chart realm. Next to Yi Xian, the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden said in a low voice, "Tai Yiyan, the leader of the very ones." Tai Yiyan looked at Yi Xian's group of 3. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiong-ho. When he saw Xiong-ho, his eyes became serious. Yi Xian immediately said, "The one who killed your people is this lady. If you want revenge, please do it." Xiong-ho rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Little brother, you are so heartless." Yi Xian ignored Xiong-ho. Tai Yiyan looked at Xiong-ho for a long time. After a long time, he asked, "What is your name?" Xiong-ho giggled. "Don't you want revenge? Why aren't you doing it?" Tai Yiyan's expression was a little ugly. He wanted revenge, but he could not see through this little girl. The very ones were not weak in the Divine Dao Nation, but they were not invincible. Even the very ones did not dare to say they were invincible. Moreover, this little girl had walked out of the relic. Xiong-ho suddenly laughed. "If you don't do it, then I will." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a flame suddenly appeared in her hand. Tai Yiyan's expression changed drastically. He suddenly stomped his right foot. In an instant, the surrounding spacetime seemed to collapse and pour down. Yi Xian's expression darkened. "This guy is fierce." Xiong-ho smirked, and the flame in her hand suddenly flew out. The next moment, Tai Yiyan's body began to burn. Boom! In an instant, Tai Yiyan's physical body collapsed. Tai Yiyan was shocked. His soul wanted to escape, but the flame still wrapped around him. Just as Tai Yiyan's soul was about to dissipate, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him. Under the golden light, the flame gradually disappeared. Xiong-ho turned to look. Not far away, a woman slowly walked over. It was the divine Tao plume. The divine Tao plume waved its right hand, and the powerful flame around Tai Yiyan disappeared. Tai Yiyan's expression eased up, and then he bowed slightly to the divine Tao plume. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Xian glanced at the divine Tao plume. Damn it. So this woman is strong as well. Fortunately, she courted death and went to look for Qing. Otherwise, I would probably be in trouble. The divine Tao plume gazed at Yi Xian and grinned. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Ling, we meet again." Miss Ling. Tai Yiyan's expression instantly changed when he heard Yi Xian. This fellow actually dared to address His Majesty by name. To his shock, the divine Tao plume actually wasn't angry. The divine Tao plume sized up Yi Xian, and then she smiled. "Young Master Ye's strength has improved by quite a bit." Yi Xian smiled but didn't say anything. The divine Tao plume turned around to gaze at Xiong-ho. As she gazed at Xiong-ho, the smile in her eyes gradually turned solemn. "What's your name?" Xiong-ho smiled. "You're the descendant of Shen Dao Ming." The divine Tao plume smiled. "You know my ancestor." Xiong-ho nodded. "I do. Your ancestor isn't bad. As for you." As she spoke, she sized up the divine Tao plume and smiled. "You're barely passable." The divine Tao plume grinned. "Senior, this is a misunderstanding. Can we just let it go?" Xiong-ho turned to look at Yi Xian. "I'll give him face." Yi Xian was speechless. This fellow dragged me into this again. The divine Tao plume turned to look at Yi Xian and grinned. "Young Master Yi, please put in a good word for me." Yi Xian glanced at Tai Yiyan. "He wants to kill me." The divine Tao plume turned to look at Tai Yiyan, and the latter hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. I came here to meet young Master Yi." Yi Xian blinked. "Meet me?" Tai Yiyan hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I've long heard of young Master Ye's outstanding talent. I've admired you for a long time, so I specially came to meet young Master Yi today. Now that I've met you, it's true that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person." Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled. "You don't have to do this, sir. You just need to know who killed your ultimate tribe people." Tai Yiyan hurriedly nodded. "I already know. This has nothing to do with young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled, then looked at the Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden. "Holy Maiden, we won't be going to the Heavenly Abyss Holy Sect. Let's part ways here." The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden frowned, somewhat puzzled. "Why?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, not saying a word. At this moment, Xiong-ho laughed. "He originally wanted to bring me to the Heavenly Abyss Holy Sect and then use you to get rid of me. But now, he realized that neither the Divine Tao Nation nor the Heavenly Abyss Holy Sect can get rid of me. Do you understand?" The Heavenly Abyss Holy Maiden glanced at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian looked at Xiong-ho. "Let's go." With that, he turned and left. Xiong-ho licked her sugar-coated hawse, then followed. Seeing the two leave, Tai Yiyan immediately heaved a heavy sigh of relief. As if thinking of something, he looked at the divine Dao Ling. "Your Majesty, who exactly is that young Master Yi?" The divine Dao Ling said plainly, "Didn't you see that even that little girl didn't dare to hurt him?" Tai Yiyan smiled bitterly. The divine Dao Ling said again, "Go back and heal your injuries. From now on, don't provoke this young Master Yi." Tai Yiyan bowed slightly. "Understood." With that, he turned and left. The divine Dao Ling watched Yi Xian and Xiong-ho disappear in the distance, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Yi Xian brought Xiong Ho back to the women's academy, then he brought Xiong Ho to Miss Ding. Yi Xian looked at Xiong Ho, talked to Miss Ding. With that, he turned and left. Xiong Ho looked at Miss Ding and licked her sugar-coated paws, not saying a word. Miss Ding said with a smile, "He has that mysterious spacetime on him. You want it but are afraid." "What are you afraid of?" They were afraid of his background. "If I'm not wrong, you want to find out more about him now. Once you find out more about him and he doesn't pose much of a threat to you, you will not hesitate to kill him, right?" Xiong Ho smiled and said, "You're right." Miss Ding smiled and did not say anything else. Xiong Ho blinked. "Aren't you worried?" Miss Ding said with a smile, "What should I be worried about?" Xiong Ho looked at Miss Ding. "Aren't you worried that I'll really kill him?" Miss Ding patted Xiong Ho's shoulder lightly. "All his enemies are toys that his sister left for him." With that, she turned and left. Xiong Ho suddenly asked, "Is his sister very strong?" Miss Ding did not turn her head. "Not very strong. You can meet her in the future if you have the chance." Xiong Ho licked her sugar-coated paws and said with a smile, "I look forward to it." In the distance, Miss Ding shook her head with a smile and did not say anything else. No one wanted to meet that woman. Of course, that was except for Yi Xian. After Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta, he started to use the Azure Profound Sword to fuse with that mysterious spacetime. After returning, Miss Ding returned the Azure Profound Sword to him. With the Azure Profound Sword, he was confident that he could unleash the power of that mysterious spacetime. While Yi Xian was cultivating, Xiong Ho did not leave the women's college. Instead, she wandered around the women's college. 1 month later, in the Divine Dao Nation's palace, Musa suddenly entered the palace. He quickly walked to the Divine Dao Ling and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, something big has happened." The Divine Dao Ling put down the ancient book in his hand. "What is it?" Musa's expression was somewhat grave. "I just received news that a group of mysterious experts suddenly entered our Divine Dao Nation and headed straight for the women's college." Divine Dao Ling frowned. "Who is it?" Musa shook his head. "I don't know." The Divine Dao Plume fell silent. "Could their target be young Master Yi?" Musa asked solemnly. The Divine Dao Plume immediately said, "He can't die. At least not in my Divine Dao Nation." Musa was confused. "Why?" The Divine Dao Ling said softly, "If he dies in my Divine Dao Nation, my Divine Dao Nation will be buried with him. Understand? Musa. P.S. It's too inconvenient to pay New Year's greetings at home. Where could he go? Without a car, he had to wait for a bus for an hour and a half. It was too scary. Chapter 1922. In a small courtyard in the Women's Academy, Miss Ding, who was reading, suddenly raised her head, and then she frowned. A woman was flying over from afar, and there were 6 black-robed figures behind her. The woman in the lead was Shenqin. Meanwhile, Yi Xian appeared by Miss Ding's side, and his face fell when he saw Shenqin. She came so quickly. Xiong Ho appeared here as well, and then she glanced at Shenqin and grinned. "Shenqin, you're a little too fast." Shenqin glanced at Xiong Ho, and then her gaze descended onto Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, we meet again." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Shenqin, we won't interfere in the matters between the two of you." Shenqin shook her head. "It was you who let her go." Yi Xian was slightly helpless. "I didn't do it on purpose." Shenqin gazed at Yi Xian. "We want to ask young Master Yi for a favor." Yi Xian frowned when he heard this. Shenqin asked, "Is young Master Yi unwilling?" Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Let me tell you, my Aunt Ding is here, so don't threaten me." As he spoke, he moved behind Miss Ding. His father might not care about him, but he would definitely care about Aunt Ding. Miss Ding shook her head and smiled when she heard Yi Xian. This fellow is really like a child. Shen Qin gazed at Miss Ding. We want to ask young Master Yi for a favor, is that all right? Miss Ding shook her head, no. Shen Qin's eyes narrowed slightly, then I won't hold back. As she spoke, she opened her palm and was about to attack. Meanwhile, Miss Ding suddenly said, isn't your target Miss Xiongho? Xiongho laughed, actually, her main target isn't me, but young brother Yi. So long as she obtains that mysterious space, then she can easily seal me. Conversely, if young brother Yi helps me, then she can never seal me. Yi Xian hurriedly said, then you deal with her. Xiongho rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. She has 7 people, and I'm alone. I can't beat them. Unless you help me. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the divine quilt in the sky suddenly made a move. She pressed down lightly with her right hand. Boom! The entire space began to boil. Down below, Lady Ding smiled faintly. She opened her palm, and a ray of sword light suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! Before everyone could recover from their shock, the divine quilt was blasted a few tens of thousands of meters away, and when it finally stopped, its physical body had completely vanished. Only its soul remained, and its soul was extremely weak. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Xiongho's expression changed as well. She stared at Miss Ding and said nothing. At this moment, Lady Ding opened her palm, and the sword light returned to her hand before disappearing. Yi Xian glanced at Miss Ding. Just as he had guessed, his father did leave something for Aunt Ding to save her life. In the distance, the divine quilt looked at Miss Ding in disbelief. You, Miss Ding smiled. Leave the women's academy. I'll only say this once. The divine quilt glanced at Miss Ding before retreating with the 6 people behind her. Yi Xian looked at Xiongho. She's seriously injured now. Aren't you going to deal with her? Xiongho rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Don't you see that there are 6 people behind her? Yi Xian said in a low voice, but she's seriously injured now. This is a good opportunity for you to kill her. Xiongho blinked. Why don't we join forces? Yi Xian pursed his lips and turned to leave. Xiongho licked her candied fruit, then looked at Miss Ding. That sword light wasn't yours. Please continue to the next page. Miss Ding smiled. It really wasn't mine. Xiongho hurriedly asked, whose was it? Miss Ding smiled. I'm not telling you. With that, she turned to leave. Xiongho remained silent. Outside the women's academy, the divine quilt stopped with the 6 people. At this moment, all 7 of them had extremely grave expressions. Especially the divine quilt in the lead. She was almost insta-killed by that sword light. Whose sword light was that? Right at this moment, an old man behind her frowned and turned to look. Not far away, a woman walked out. It was the divine quilt. The divine quilt looked at the divine quilt. Who are you? The divine quilt frowned. And who are you? The divine quilt smiled. You're asking me who I am in my territory? The divine quilt said, you're the ruler of the divine Dao nation. The divine quilt smiled. Yes. The divine quilt was expressionless. This matter has nothing to do with your divine Dao nation. The divine quilt smiled. Understood. With that, she turned to leave. After the divine quilt left, an old man beside the divine quilt said, this woman is not simple. There were many mysterious and powerful auras in the surroundings just now. The divine quilt's expression was calm. Her ancestor was a great figure. The old man said, Divine daughter, what should we do next? It'll be extremely disadvantageous to us if that young man helps Xiongho. The divine quilt shook her head and sighed in silence. A short while later, the divine quilt said, "We can't allow that young man to help Xiong-ho. However, that young man is hostile towards us now, so it will only backfire if I go." The old man said in a low voice, "Then what should we do next?" The divine quilt fell silent for a moment before she said, "That young man possesses a mysterious space that can suppress numerous special types of space. What do you think the Tendo sect will do if they find out?" The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Divine daughter, you mean that we should get someone else to do the dirty work?" The divine quilt nodded. "Go back and do it." The old man bowed slightly. "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The divine quilt closed her eyes slowly. If she was given another chance, she would try using a soft approach. Unfortunately, they were enemies now, so it was useless even if she tried using a soft approach. On the other side, the divine quilt arrived at Miss Ding's courtyard, and she smiled upon seeing her. "Miss Ding, please don't hold back if you need my divine Donation's help." Miss Ding smiled, "Thank you." The divine quilt spoke in a low voice, "Those people aren't simple at all." Miss Ding smiled, "It's fine. Miss Ling doesn't have to worry about it. We'll deal with it ourselves." The divine quilt smiled, "Understood." She stood up and left as she spoke. Miss Ding remained silent after the divine quilt left, and then she stood up and left after a short while. Within a room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground while the space around him gradually warped. A mysterious space. After he relied on Xiao Ta, he was able to fuse with this mysterious space. Now, he was going to utilize the green profound sword to utilize this mysterious space. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared within it. He waved it lightly, and the space before him instantly became illusory. Yi Xian instantly became excited. It really was possible. He was able to exert a little bit of spatial pressure through the green profound sword just now. Yi Xian gazed at the green profound sword in his hand and sighed with emotion. This green profound sword really is quite terrifying, and it seems like there's no space that it can't control. This chapter isn't over, please continue to the next page. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it, and he continued. After that, Yi Xian cultivated like a madman every single day. In his opinion, this was the best time to cultivate because he had Aunt Ding's protection. Xiong-ho sat cross-legged in a courtyard, and her entire body was covered in flames. Healing. Around 2 hours later, Xiong-ho slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her injuries were completely healed. Meanwhile, a figure appeared behind Xiong-ho, and it slowly knelt down. "Leader. That goddess is heavily injured, so why don't we just kill her?" Xiong-ho glanced at the figure. "Idiot. Who'll deal with that young brother Yi if we kill her?" The figure hesitated for a moment before it said, "Leader, that young man is as weak as a chicken. Not to mention you, even I can kill him with ease." "Leader, why?" "Shut up." Xiong-ho glanced coldly at the figure. "You idiot. Can't you see that our young brother Yi has backing?" The figure puckered his lips. "Leader is invincible." Xiong-ho shook her head and sighed. "Hurry up and go back. Call your immortal over. I'm so scared with your stupid teammate here." The figure was speechless. After the figure left, Xiong-ho slowly closed her eyes. Actually, she had a headache as well. She'd wanted to do it for a long time. But she'd endured it in the end. Because she couldn't see through the mysterious spacetime, and it was precisely because she couldn't see through it that she had some misgivings. As it turned out, her misgivings were right. She wasn't confident in being able to withstand the mysterious sword light in Miss Ding's hand. A moment later, Xiong-ho stood up and left. A month later, Yi Xian was able to utilize the spacetime pressure of the mysterious spacetime. Now, killing a life-soul realm expert was like killing a chicken to him. Moreover, he was able to suppress all spacetime after fusing with the mysterious spacetime, including the 9th, 10th, and even the 11th spacetime. These spacetimes couldn't withstand his mysterious spacetime at all. Even he himself didn't know what level of strength he possessed. On this day, Yi Xian found Xiong Ho. Seeing that Yi Xian had taken the initiative to look for her, Xiong Ho was a little surprised. "Little brother Yi, why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian smiled, "I want to spar with you." Xiong Ho blinked, "Spar with me?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Xiong Ho shook her head and smiled, "Little brother Yi, I know that your mysterious spacetime is very powerful, but as far as I know, you don't seem to be able to control it. Even if you can control it, you won't be my match. Because your level is too low." Yi Xian smiled, "It's okay, I'm just trying." Xiong Ho nodded, "Then make your move." Yi Xian opened his palm and the azure profound sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, he slashed down with the sword. As the sword slashed down, the spacetime in front of him shattered and annihilated. Xiong Ho narrowed her eyes and punched out. Boom! Yi Xian was blasted into the 10th layer of spacetime. At the same time, the entire 10th layer of spacetime started burning and turned into a hell of fire. However, Xiong Ho was also slashed into the abyss of the 10th layer of spacetime by Yi Xian's sword. However, the abyss of spacetime could not do anything to her. At this moment, Xiong Ho's expression became solemn. However, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Just now, he didn't use the spacetime pressure of the mysterious spacetime. That sword was the same as when he threw Xiao Ta. Now, he had a rough idea of his own combat strength. If he used the spacetime pressure of the mysterious spacetime, he could fight with Xiong Ho. End of this chapter. Chapter 1923. Xiong Ho glanced at Yi Xian, her heart incomparably shocked. This youth actually slashed her into the spacetime abyss. One had to know that Yi Xian was merely at the seamless realm, while she was several realms higher than Yi Xian. Mysterious spacetime. Xiong Ho glanced at Yi Xian. She knew that it was the mysterious spacetime power. What kind of spacetime was that? Xiong Ho was getting more and more curious. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Fierce Ho, I'll seek guidance from you another day." With that, he turned around and left. At this time, Xiong Ho suddenly said, "Can you let me feel that mysterious spacetime?" Yi Xian turned to look at Xiong Ho and said with a smile, "There's no other way." Xiong Ho frowned. "Is there no other way?" Yi Xian nodded. "There's no other way." He was not lying. There was only one way to feel the mysterious spacetime, and that was to fuse with Xiao Ta. Of course, he would not allow Xiao Ta to merge with this woman. Xiong Ho licked the sugar-coated haws without saying anything. Yi Xian smiled, "Miss Xiong Ho, can you tell me more about this realm?" Xiong Ho asked, "What realm?" Yi Xian said, "The realm above life spirit." Xiong Ho said, "Above the life soul is the life god, which is also the life providence, life body, and life soul. Once they are all mastered, they will be the life god." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Is there any difference between a life god and a life soul?" Xiong Ho smiled and said, "The first step is to condense a fate matrix, then a life body, and finally a life soul. After all three are successfully condensed, if they can be perfectly fused again, they can reach the life god level. Once you become a life god, it will be very difficult for you to die." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "Just like how you threw me into the spacetime abyss, the spacetime abyss can no longer hurt me." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Miss Fierce Ho, are you a fate god?" Xiong Ho shook her head and smiled, "I'm a void life realm above life god." Yi Xian frowned. "Ethereal life? What does it have to do with my life?" Xiong Ho laughed. "Up until now, no one has been able to escape the grasp of fate. Aside from eternal life, the ultimate goal of any living being that cultivates is to escape the control of fate. Yi Xian said solemnly, no one can escape the grasp of fate? Xiong-ho nodded. For now, no. Yi Xian was a little curious. Who created these realms? Ferocious Ho was silent. Yi Xian laughed, you don't know either? Xiong-ho said, the creator of the life god realm is Yi Xian, an exalted immortal. Among countless youths, the highest realm was the life spirit realm, and Yi Xian opened up a new realm based on this foundation, which was the life god realm. The so-called life god realm has a special characteristic. First, it's very hard to injure it with normal power. For example, even the terrifying power in the spacetime abyss can't hurt a life god realm cultivator. Yi Xian asked again, what about those above life god? Xiong-ho said, essence soul realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Essence soul realm? Xiong-ho laughed. Yes. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and there was a small golden person in her palm. This small golden person looked exactly like her. Yi Xian was a little curious. What is this? Xiong-ho said, this is the essence soul realm. Those who reach the essence soul realm can cultivate the essence soul, and this essence soul is equivalent to a second life. Yi Xian frowned slightly. A second life? Xiong-ho nodded and laughed. It's not just a second life. This essence soul has many other benefits. You will know when you reach the essence soul realm. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Yes. Yi Xian said solemnly, you are at the essence soul realm? Xiong-ho laughed. Yes. This essence soul realm was created by a genius who cultivated painstakingly. The life god realm had been a bottleneck for nearly 1,000,000 years until the appearance of this painstakingly cultivation. He opened up a new realm based on the life god realm, which is the essence soul realm. When she spoke up to this point, she smiled and said, those who established a realm are also called pioneers, and every single one of them is worthy of our respect. Yi Xian was a little curious. What is the highest realm now? Xiong-ho glanced at Yi Xian. What are you asking about? Yi Xian said, I'm curious. Xiong-ho laughed. Above the essence soul realm is life knowledge. This realm has a particularly terrifying feature, and that is they can foresee their own death. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, you can predict your own death. Xiong-ho nodded. This kind of expert is very terrifying because they can foresee danger. Apart from that, some of their methods can also be described as unfathomable. Yi Xian asked again, what about above the life knowledge realm? Xiong-ho smiled and said, for now, the life-knowing realm is the limit. In a faraway place, many life-knowing realm experts are opening up a new realm. Whoever can open up a new realm will have his name spread through the ages. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Xiong-ho said, I've never seen the mysterious space inside your body. Is the person behind you at the life knowledge realm? Yi Xian said with a smile, guess. Xiong-ho curled her lips. In any case, the highest he can go is no higher than the life knowledge realm. Yi Xian laughed and said nothing more. He turned and left. Life knowledge? He knew that Qing-er's realm was definitely higher than the life knowledge realm. However, he didn't know what realm Qing had reached. From the beginning, no matter how much he improved, he felt that Qing-er was unfathomable. Realm? Qing had jumped out of the so-called realm. Behind him, Xiong-ho glanced at Yi Xian and frowned. Could he really be at the life knowledge realm? Yi Xian returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the floor. He opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword appeared in his hand. With his current strength, he could fight a primordial soul realm powerhouse. However, he was not confident that he could win. Moreover, primordial spirit experts had 2 lives. After a long silence, Yi Xian tried to get in touch with the mysterious spacetime abyss. After reaching the life god realm, one could ignore the spacetime abyss. A normal spacetime abyss was no threat to a powerhouse like Xiongho, but what about this mysterious spacetime abyss? In the following time, Yi Xian began to get in touch with the mysterious spacetime abyss. His goal now was to understand the spacetime abyss thoroughly. On this day, a middle-aged man arrived above the women's college. Behind him were 2 old men. The middle-aged man looked down at the women's college and chuckled. Mysterious spacetime. Interesting. The old man on the left of the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Sect Master, there's something fishy about this." The middle-aged man was the sect master of the Tendo sect, Mu Tianming. Mu Tianming chuckled. Back then, our Tendo sect and the Azure sect worked together to seal this Xiongho. We used more than a dozen special spacetime to completely seal it. But now, our special spacetime was broken by that young man's mysterious spacetime. This is not simple. The old man said, "As far as I know, the Divine Lady of the Azure sect has already come into contact with this young man. This chapter is not finished, please continue." Mu Tianming said, "She must have failed. That's why she leaked this information to our Tendo sect, hoping that our Tendo sect will be the vanguard." The old man said in a deep voice, "Then will Sect Master be the vanguard?" Mu Tianming smiled. "Depends." With that, he disappeared and reappeared in the women's college. Miss Ding, who was reading a book, raised her head to look at Mu Tianming, and she felt a slight headache. It's only been a few days, yet another enemy has arrived. Mu Tianming sized Miss Ding up, and then he said, "Miss, I'm only here to meet that young man." Miss Ding smiled. "You want the mysterious spacetime within him?" Mu Tianming smiled. "Yes, I want to meet him." Miss Ding thought for a moment and said, "He's cultivating right now." Mu Tianming smiled. He sized up the surroundings and said, "This place is very ordinary, but the Divine Lady and the Divine Quilt returned without accomplishing anything." As he spoke, he gazed at Miss Ding. "I heard that you possess a mysterious sword light." Miss Ding smiled. "Don't tell me you want to experience it." Mu Tianming smiled. "Miss, do you think that sword light can protect all of you?" Miss Ding shook her head. "I have a slight headache." Mu Tianming smiled. "Miss, you're a smart person. You should know that in his hands, that spacetime will only harm him." Meanwhile, Yi Xian appeared by Miss Ding's side. Miss Ding smiled, "I came to look for you." Yi Xian glanced at Mu Tianming, and then he said, "Aunt Ding, you know how difficult it is for me right now, right? There's no lack of enemies no matter where I go." Miss Ding blinked. "Don't you think that all of your enemies are very retarded?" Yi Xian was speechless. The smile on Mu Tianming's face vanished when he heard this. Yi Xian felt quite embarrassed as well. He glanced at Mu Tianming and said, "Aunt Ding, he's still here. You have to give him some face." Miss Ding shook her head. "I don't care. Just play with them yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Don't, Aunt Ding. That fellow's cultivation is much higher than mine. You." Miss Ding turned around to look at Yi Xian and interrupted Yi Xian, "If you can't even deal with a retard like that, then how can you surpass your father? I believe that you can do it." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Mu Tianming suddenly smiled and said, "I'm retarded?" Miss Ding turned around to look at Mu Tianming. "Aren't you?" Mu Tianming shook his head and smiled. "How interesting. How truly interesting. What right does an ant like you have to look down on someone that's 10,000 times stronger than you? Just because you have a mysterious ray of sword light in your hand? Do you think that mysterious ray of sword light can protect you? How many times can you use such a consumable? You. Miss Ding suddenly smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I can use it countless times. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a ray of sword light suddenly flew out. Hiss! Mu Tianming didn't even have time to react before the ray of sword light pierced through his forehead. Bang! Mu Tianming's body instantly became illusory. Mu Tianming was stunned. He'd been instantly killed. Mu Tianming gazed at Miss Ding. You. Whose sword light is that? Miss Ding smiled, it's my man's. P.S. Do you celebrate the new year? End of this chapter. Chapter 1924. At this moment, Mu Tianming's body was becoming more and more illusory. However, just when he was about to vanish completely, a ray of golden light suddenly flew out and vanished into the horizon. An essence spirit. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Aunt Ding, that's his essence spirit. He's trying to escape. Aunt Ding smiled, it's fine. It's fine? Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, Mu Tianming's essence spirit was suddenly pierced by a ray of sword light. Hiss! Mu Tianming's essence spirit dissipated. He was completely dead. Miss Ding looked at Yi Xian, come with me. With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before following her. On the other side, Xiong Ho was silent for a moment before she said, how amazing. With that, she turned around and left. Shen Qin withdrew her gaze from the clouds, and her expression was solemn. Mu Tianming had been instantly killed. How could they continue? After a moment of silence, she said, we can't afford to offend that woman. The old man said in a low voice, Divine Daughter, what should we do now? Shen Qin's expression was slightly unsightly. Give up? She was naturally unwilling, but if they didn't give up, how could they deal with that woman? Shen Qin sighed softly. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, Yi Xian can't stay in the academy forever. Shen Qin was slightly stunned, and then she said softly, that's true. As she spoke, she looked at the academy below. That woman had a life-saving sword light, but Yi Xian didn't. If Yi Xian left the academy, then it would be their chance. After a moment of silence, Shen Qin turned to look at the old man. Mu Tianming is dead, and the Tendo sect won't let the matter rest. Keep an eye on their movements. The old man bowed slightly, understood. With that, he turned around and left. Shen Qin looked down at the academy with a slightly unsightly expression. Within the academy, Miss Ding brought Yi Xian to the back of a mountain. She was silent along the way. Yi Xian felt slightly uneasy. Would Aunt Ding feel that he was too comfortable right now and want to find trouble for him? That was quite possible. At this moment, Miss Ding suddenly said, what do you plan to do next? Yi Xian said with a smile, I want to cultivate here. Glancing at Yi Xian, Miss Ding shook her head and smiled. You are taking this place as a safe haven, aren't you? Yi Xian said with a bitter smile, Aunt Ding, are you going to kick me out? Miss Ding laughed and said, I want you to go to a place to do something, are you willing? Miss Ding, I want you to do something. Are you willing? Yi Xian, Miss Ding, what? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, what is it? Yi Xian Yi Xian Yi Shui. Miss Ding said solemnly, she's in a bit of trouble right now. I hope that you can help her. Ding, Yi to spirit. Ding. Ding, 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 Miss Ding nodded, yes. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, doesn't Big Sister Shui have a father? Miss Ding smiled and said, your father has gone to a very, very far place. He can't care about this place for the time being. So, I can only let you go. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, since it's big sister Shue's problem, then I'll naturally lend a hand. However, Aunt Ding, you also know that my strength is weak. I'm afraid that if I go, not only will I not be able to help sister Shui, but I will also become a burden to her. Miss Ding laughed and said, you want benefits. Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. If I still want benefits from helping a family, then wouldn't I be worse than an animal? Miss Ding smiled and said, your biggest weakness now is the problem of your realm. As she spoke, she pondered for a moment and said, you are now in the seamless realm. It won't be difficult for you to reach the seamless Tao. Yi Xian quickly said, really? Miss Ding nodded, I'll help you attain the seamless realm. Yi Xian hurriedly said, thank you, Aunt Ding. Miss Ding said, come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. It didn't take long for Miss Ding to bring Yi Xian to an expanse of starry sky. She glanced at the surroundings before she gazed at Yi Xian. You can devour sword energy to increase your cultivation, right? Yi Xian nodded. Miss Ding opened her palm, and a strand of sword energy appeared there. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly said, no, no. Aunt Ding, I can't devour my father's sword energy. Miss Ding smiled, why? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, I won't be able to endure it if the level of the sword energy is too high. Miss Ding smiled, it's fine. You can devour it slowly. Yi Xian intended to say something else when the sword energy in Miss Ding's hand suddenly entered his body. Bang! Yi Xian's body trembled violently. In an instant, countless strands of sword energy had actually appeared throughout his body. Yi Xian was horrified, and he hurriedly sat down cross-legged before slowly pressing down with his hands. At this moment, he'd utilized the mysterious space. However, he noticed that the strand of sword energy was actually unable to suppress even the mysterious space. Damn it! My father is quite ferocious. Meanwhile, Miss Ding suddenly said, calm your mind. Yi Xian hurriedly did as he was told, and he gradually noticed that the strand of sword energy within his body was actually dissipating by itself and allowing him to absorb it. Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed this scene. Under normal circumstances, he would absolutely be unable to endure this strand of sword energy from his father. Fortunately, he had Aunt Ding's help. Just like that, with Miss Ding's help, Yi Xian started to devour the strand of sword energy bit by bit, and the aura he emanated gradually grew stronger and stronger. On the other side, Xiong Ho sat cross-legged in her room with her eyes slightly closed. Her entire body was emitting a blood-red flame. After an unknown period of time, Xiong Ho slowly opened her eyes, and the flames around her suddenly surged. However, as she pressed down with her right hand, the flames around her instantly vanished. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared behind her. The woman bowed respectfully, greetings, Lord Xiong. Xiong Ho said indifferently, how is it? Yu Xian said, Lord Xiong, I've found him. After saying that, she placed a black scroll in front of Xiong Ho. Xiong Ho opened it, and after a long time, she frowned slightly, a woman in a plain dress? Yu Xian nodded, there are two people behind that young Master Yi. One is that woman in a plain dress, and the sword in his hand seems to have been forged by this woman. Apart from this woman in a plain dress, there's also a man in a green shirt. The man in green shirt seems to be young Master Ye's father. Xiong Ho said, do you have detailed information on these two people? Yu Xian shook her head, I can't find them. Yi Xian frowned slightly, you can't find them? Yu Xian nodded, these two people are extremely mysterious. Among them, the woman in the plain dress who appears the most in the eyes of the world is also very mysterious. I only know that she only uses one sword to kill people. Xiong Ho frowned slightly, one sword? Yu Xian nodded slightly, one sword. Xiong Ho's lips curled up slightly, killing people with one sword, interesting. Yu Xian said solemnly, Lord Xiong, this young man's background is extremely mysterious, especially the sword in his hand. It can actually ignore any spacetime pressure and spacetime abyss. Apart from that, his bloodline is also extremely special. As of now, this subordinate has never seen a bloodline that is more powerful than his. Xiong Ho was silent. Yu Xian said again, Lord Xiong, there's one more thing. This women's academy's dean is extremely not simple. We can't underestimate him. Xiong Ho asked, what do you mean? Yu Xian said solemnly, his background is also very mysterious, and he's extremely powerful. As for how strong he is, I haven't found out yet. However, we can't underestimate him. Xiong Ho was silent for a long time, then said, in that case, this little brother Yi has a group of terrifying people behind him. However, logically speaking, with such a powerful background, it shouldn't be unknown. Yu Xian nodded, yes. Xiong Ho laughed, it's getting more and more interesting. Yu Xian retreated to the side and did not speak anymore. After a while, Xiong Ho suddenly laughed, Yu Xian, do you think it's possible that the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man have surpassed the life-knowing realm? Yu Xian shook her head, absolutely impossible. If the two of them had surpassed the life-knowing realm, they would have long been famous. But the fact is, we haven't even heard of them. Speaking up to here, she paused and said, at most, life-knowing realm. At most, life-knowing realm. That was already a very high estimate. One must know that in this world, life-knowing realm was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. At this moment, the space in front of Yu Xian suddenly trembled. After a while, Yu Xian looked at Xiong Ho, Lord Xiong, that young Master Yi has come out of seclusion. And now, he has reached the seamless Tao. Xiong Ho frowned slightly, he has reached the seamless Tao. Yu Xian nodded, not only that, but he has also left the women's academy. Xiong Ho immediately stood up, he has left the women's academy? Yu Xian nodded, yes. Xiong Ho said, follow him in secret. Don't show yourself. With that, she suddenly vanished. As for Yu Xian, she also quietly disappeared. Somewhere in the clouds, an old man appeared behind Shenqin, and the old man said in a low voice, Goddess, I just received news that young Master Yi has left the women's academy. Shenqin opened her eyes, he has left the academy? The old man nodded, yes. Shenqin said, did Miss Ding follow him? The old man shook his head, no. Shenqin frowned slightly, he actually didn't follow. Isn't he afraid of death? The old man said, Lord Xiong has also left the women's academy. Shenqin said in a low voice, that damned woman can really endure. She actually hasn't made a move yet. The old man hesitated and said, I'm afraid she wants us to make the first move. Shenqin nodded, that woman is extremely vicious. Inform the sect of Tendo that Yi Xian has left the women's academy. In any case, she wouldn't make the first move. The old man nodded, understood. With that, he turned and left. Within the women's academy, Miss Ding looked up at the strand of sword light that had vanished in the horizon, and she said softly, I've finally sent that troublesome fellow away. Little fellow, take care on your journey. Chapter 1925. Not long after Yi Xian left the women's college, Xiong Ho appeared behind him. Xiong Ho rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, Brother Yi, why didn't you inform me when you were leaving? That's not good enough. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Xiong Ho, you really want to rely on me. Xiong Ho giggled, I like to follow you. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Miss Xiong Ho, I have a suggestion. Xiong Ho glanced at Yi Xian, what suggestion? Yi Xian said seriously, your main target is my mysterious spacetime. You don't want to be my enemy. Am I right? Xiongho nodded, yes. But you are not willing to give it to me. Yi Xian said with a smile, we can cooperate. Xiongho frowned, cooperation? Yi Xian nodded, cooperation. Xiongho said solemnly, how? Yi Xian smiled, I will share the mysterious time and space with you, and you will give me benefits. Xiongho looked at Yi Xian, what benefits? Yi Xian shrugged, I don't care, it depends on what you give me. Xiongho smiled, you are so cunning. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Xiongho, what do you think of my suggestion? Xiongho was silent for a moment, what do you want? Yi Xian asked, what can you give me? Xiongho said, I can give you a lot of women. Yi Xian said subconsciously, how many? Speaking of this, he seemed to think of something and flew into a rage, Miss Xiongho, please don't insult my character. I, Yi Xian, am not interested in women. Xiongho curled her lips, I don't believe you. Yi Xian, Xiongho said, I also have a suggestion, listen to it. Your mysterious spacetime is very precious, and I don't have any divine items of equal value to exchange with you. So, what I mean is, you lend it to me for research, and I will help you fight and help you advance to the life-soul realm, or even the life-god realm. Of course, it is also possible to advance to the primordial soul realm. After all, your talent is extremely good, the best I've ever seen. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You're really good at bluffing. After speaking, he increased his speed and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xiongho hurriedly followed. Xiongho walked to Yi Xian, then you can tell me your conditions. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Xiongho, do you know about the extreme heaven realm? Xiongho frowned slightly, are you going to the ultimate heaven realm? Yi Xian nodded. Xiongho's expression became a little strange. Yi Xian asked, what's wrong? Xiongho said in a low voice, do you know what that place is? Yi Xian shook his head, I don't know. Xiongho shook her head, I advise you not to go. Yi Xian was puzzled, why? Xiongho said calmly, it's a very chaotic place. How chaotic is it? Let me put it this way, you will see the darkest side of human nature there. Moreover, there are a lot of powerhouses there because there are divine crystals there, a kind of divine item that can make people reach the knowing realm after swallowing it. Of course, it requires a lot, so some top powerhouses struggle there every day, trying to save enough divine crystals to reach the knowing realm. Yi Xian was speechless. Why did Sister Shui go there? Xiongho licked her candied fruit and said, with your current strength, going there, saying that, she shook her head. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiongho continued, moreover, you have a bunch of divine items, whether it is your sword, your tower, or the mysterious spacetime, they all have a fatal attraction to the monsters there. If you go there, you will be like a sheep entering a pack of wolves. Saying that, she seemed to think of something and frowned, why do you dare to go there? Yi Xian smiled bitterly, my sister seems to be in trouble there. Xiongho glanced at Yi Xian, I think you are not going to save people, but to die. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Xiongho, with your strength, can you beat everyone there? Xiongho blinked, of course. Yi Xian glanced at Xiongho, a little doubtful, is it true? Xiongho was a little dissatisfied, you think I am not strong? Yi Xian was silent and did not speak again. Xiongho smiled slightly and did not speak again. She wanted Yi Xian to ask for her help first, so that she could take the initiative. However, she did not expect that Yi Xian did not speak. Yi Xian was a little speechless, really speechless. Before coming out, Aunt Ding told him that the extreme heaven realm was very safe, and there was not much danger. On the other side, Shen Qin looked at Yi Xian and Xiongho in the distance and frowned, is this guy going to the extreme heaven realm? The extreme heaven realm. That was not an ordinary place. Even experts at her level and Xiong Ho's level could not be said to be absolutely safe there. As for Yi Xian, why would this guy dare to go there? Without thinking too much, she still followed. 2 hours later, Yi Xian arrived at the Extreme Heaven Realm. As soon as he entered the Extreme Heaven Realm, Yi Xian frowned because he smelled a pungent smell of blood. Beside Yi Xian, Xiong Ho pointed into the distance. Do you see that city? Yi Xian looked into the distance and saw a big city standing in the starry sky. However, this city was a little strange, and there was a constant evil aura and blood aura drifting in the city. With one look, one could tell that this was not a good place. Xiong Ho glanced at Yi Xian. You can still make it if you leave now. Yi Xian smiled and said, why should I leave? After saying that, he walked into the distance. After a moment of silence, Xiong Ho followed. Yi Xian arrived in front of the city gate. When he arrived at the city gate, his expression gradually became solemn. This city was actually dark red in color. Upon closer inspection, it was blood. This city was actually dyed red with blood. The whole city was incomparably gloomy. Beside Yi Xian, Xiong Ho smiled and said, Young Master Yi, I still have something to do, so I will take my leave now. After saying that, she turned and disappeared. Seeing this, Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Damn it, this woman definitely did it on purpose. Now came the problem. Should he go in or not? Yi Xian glanced at the city, and without thinking much, he walked in. As soon as he entered the city, more than 10 divine senses swept over. Each divine sense was at least at the life god realm. Sensing this scene, Yi Xian felt a headache. No matter how much his strength increased, his enemies would always be much stronger than him. When could he be like Qing? If he encountered an enemy, he would ask, where is your home? It would be difficult. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Now, the most important thing was to find Sister Xue and leave with her. At this moment, a bloody head suddenly fell in front of Yi Xian. The head was still bleeding, and obviously, it had just fallen off the neck. Yi Xian was speechless. Was it really that violent? At this moment, a woman suddenly walked from the street in the distance. The woman held a sword in her hand, and there was a trace of blood on the tip of the sword. Obviously, she was the one who chopped off the head. The woman wore a tight black robe, the robe tightly wrapped around her graceful body. It was extremely hot and alluring, and her appearance was also extremely beautiful, but it was extremely cold. Her eyes were like 10,000-year-old ice, without a trace of emotion. Yi Xian glanced at the sword in the woman's hand and didn't speak. The woman walked over to Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian as she opened her palm. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he took out a candied fruit and gave it to the woman. The woman stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. At this moment, the head in front of him suddenly trembled, and then a spatial ring floated out from the head and fell firmly into the woman's hand. Yi Xian was slightly embarrassed. So, she didn't want something from me, so he hurriedly put the candied fruit away. At this moment, there were still over a dozen divine senses on him. After the woman put the spatial ring away, she glanced at Yi Xian, and then she walked over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to speak, but the woman suddenly drew her sword, and it swept across Yi Xian's throat. She withdrew her sword. She turned around and left. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. However, she suddenly stopped after taking a few steps, and she turned around to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was completely fine, and there was no mark on his throat at all. The woman frowned slightly when she saw this. Xiong Ho frowned in the dark. How is this possible? The swordsman woman was a life god, and she was a swordsman. Her combat strength far surpassed ordinary life gods, and she hadn't held back in that attack, but Yi Xian was completely fine. It was too strange. It wasn't just Xiong Ho, even some experts in the dark were puzzled. On the street, Yi Xian rubbed his throat lightly, and then he looked at the swordsman woman and smiled. That's it? The woman gazed at Yi Xian in silence for a moment, and then she suddenly charged forward. A ray of sword light flashed, and she was already behind Yi Xian when the ray of light vanished, and a sword was stuck between Yi Xian's brows. The sword was swift. Right at this moment, the woman suddenly frowned, and she turned around to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, the sword stuck between Yi Xian's brows was gradually vanishing, but Yi Xian was completely fine. The woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian as if she was trying to see through Yi Xian. At this moment, the entire street was deathly silent. All the experts in the dark were dumbfounded. Xiongho's face was filled with disbelief. He's actually fine? He's fine after being stabbed in the head? Is this guy the reincarnation of the sword god? On the street in the distance, Yi Xian had completely absorbed the sword in the woman's hand. His body trembled, and after a moment, he greedily breathed in. This feels so good. Behind Yi Xian, the swordsman looked at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in her eyes. The first strike was just a casual one, and Yi Xian was fine. She thought that Yi Xian had used some secret technique to evade her sword, and the second strike was her full strength. She did not hold back at all. Most importantly, the guy in front of her did not dodge, nor did he use any secret technique. He took her sword head-on. How did he do it? Thinking of this, the fear in the woman's eyes increased a little. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the swordsman. He looked at the swordsman and smiled. Since I reached destiny knowledge, no one has attacked me for 1,000,000 years. Little girl, you're the first. Destiny knowledge state. As soon as he said this, the scene instantly became silent, and the divine senses on Yi Xian's body instantly retreated like the tide. The swordsman's expression froze, and her hands began to tremble. In the dark, Xiongho's eyes were wide open, and she did not even lick the candied hawthorn. Chapter 1926. Destiny Realm? The moment Yi Xian said that, the experts in the dark were dumbfounded. What kind of existence was the Destiny Realm? It was the strongest expert in the world. Moreover, these Destiny Realm experts were extremely rare, even in the Extreme Heaven Realm. This was because the Extreme Heaven Realm was a group of people who wanted to reach the Destiny Realm. But now, there was a Destiny Realm expert here? But didn't this guy just reach the seamless path? Was he pretending to be weak? Opposite Yi Xian, the female swordsman's expression was extremely ugly. Did I really meet a Destiny Realm expert? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and a portrait appeared in his hand. It was Sister Shue's portrait. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Do you recognize this person? The woman looked at the portrait and hesitated for a while before saying, Senior, are you here for her? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The woman said in a deep voice, this woman has escaped to the dark forest. Dark forest? Yi Xian frowned. Where is the dark forest? The woman pointed to a distance. 1,000 miles away from the city. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. After saying that, he turned around and left. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, You're not going to kill me? Yi Xian turned around and looked at the woman. I never kill women. After saying that, he turned around and left. The woman looked at Yi Xian and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. The woman's expression suddenly changed. This guy wouldn't go back on his words, right? Yi Xian looked at the woman. I'm not familiar with this place. Come with me. I'll give you some pointers on Sword Dao. The woman looked at Yi Xian. She hesitated for a while before saying, Senior. Yi Xian frowned. Why? You're not willing? The woman quickly said, I'm willing. Yi Xian nodded. Follow me. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and then followed him. Along the way, the woman did not dare to speak. She was already traumatized by those two swords just now. In the dark, some of the experts didn't dare to follow Yi Xian anymore. Regardless of whether this young man was in the life-knowing state or not, he was definitely not someone they could provoke. After walking for a short while, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him, a man was standing there with a knife in his hand. Next to him was a bloody corpse. The corpse was still bleeding from its throat. Obviously, it had just been killed. At this moment, the man suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian and the woman. When he saw Yi Xian, he frowned. Seamless Dao. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. Yi Xian smiled and turned to the woman. Kill her. The woman was stunned. You're not going to kill him, but you want me to? Yi Xian looked at the woman. What? Is there a problem? The woman hesitated for a moment before she said, all right. She suddenly vanished on the spot as she spoke, and then a ray of light flashed. The man frowned slightly. Xuang, what's wrong with you? As he spoke, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! An expanse of light erupted from the sword and blade, and then both of them retreated explosively. The woman called Xuang was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, come, try using the sword I forged. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the azure sword flew over to Xuang. Xuang glanced at Yi Xian, and then she held the sword in her hand. She didn't think too much about it before she vanished on the spot. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the man's eyes. Have you gone mad? As he spoke, he slashed down with his sword. Bang! An expanse of light suddenly shattered, and the man retreated explosively. This chapter isn't over. Please continue. As he retreated, his body instantly shattered. It wasn't just his body, even his soul had instantly become ethereal as if it had become transparent. Xuang was stunned. As if she'd thought of something, she looked down at the azure sword in her hand, her face filled with disbelief. She'd killed this guy with a single slash? After all, this man's strength was on par with hers. They'd fought each other in the past, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Yet, she'd killed this guy with a single slash just now. It was because of the sword. Xuang looked at the sword in her hand, her heart filled with shock. At the same time, she became slightly fearful of Yi Xian. In the distance, the man was completely stunned as well. He looked at Xuang in disbelief. Xuang didn't speak. She turned and walked over to Yi Xian, returning the sword to Yi Xian. Senior, Yi Xian put the azure sword away, and then glanced at the man. Everything on him belongs to you. As he spoke, he walked off into the distance. Xuang hesitated for a moment before following him. At that moment, the man who was about to disappear suddenly asked, who is he? Xuang glanced at the man. This senior is at the life-knowing state. You idiot. With that, she hurriedly followed Yi Xian. Life-knowing state. The man was petrified. He'd actually attacked a life-knowing state boss just now. Soon, the man completely disappeared. In the dark, Xiong Ho was silent. That sword was too terrifying. Especially in the hands of a swordsman at Xuang's level, the increase in combat strength would be too terrifying. Xiong Ho was slightly displeased because the plot was a little different from what she'd imagined. Originally, she'd thought that this guy wouldn't even be able to survive for 15 minutes after leaving with her, and then he'd ask her for help. However, she hadn't expected that this guy would actually pretend to be a life-knowing state expert. Moreover, he'd even found a bodyguard. Most importantly, that swordsman actually believed that he was at the life-knowing state. This world was too crazy. After a moment, Xiongho looked into the distance and said, "Let's see how long you can pretend for." In the distance, after Xiuwang caught up to Yi Xian, she was even more respectful towards Yi Xian. This was really a boss. If she had that sword from before, then she was even confident in her ability to kill an Origin Spirit Realm expert. Meanwhile, Yi Xian spoke abruptly, "Miss Xiuwang, why are the people here pursuing the person I'm looking for?" Xiuwang was stunned. "Senior, you don't know?" Yi Xian shook his head. Xiuwang spoke solemnly, "I thought you were doing it for the Heaven Supreme crystal mine in her possession." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "A Heaven Supreme crystal mine?" Xiuwang nodded. "A Heaven Supreme crystal mine appeared on Skypillar mountain range, and many people fought for it. Unfortunately, it fell into that young lady's hands in the end. Those people naturally wouldn't let it go, so they joined forces against her. In the end, she had no choice but to flee into Dark Forest." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Is Dark Forest very dangerous?" Xiuwang glanced at Yi Xian. "It's naturally not dangerous to you, senior. But it's extraordinarily dangerous to us." As she spoke, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, are you here to help that young lady?" Yi Xian smiled, "I'll see." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xiuwang glanced at Yi Xian once more, and then he hurriedly followed after Yi Xian. All along the way, no one came out to look for trouble with Yi Xian again. Obviously, the death of the man from before had deterred the experts in the dark. On the other hand, Yi Xian was growing more and more arrogant as he walked. He had no choice but to act arrogantly right now. He had to act well, otherwise, he would become an idiot. More and more people appeared in the dark. However, none of them dared to get close to Yi Xian, nor did they dare to sweep Yi Xian with their divine sense. Obviously, they were afraid of Yi Xian. Please continue to the next page if this chapter isn't finished. Destiny Realm. Who wouldn't panic? Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings with a faint smile on his face, and he seemed calm and composed. Xiuwang followed slowly behind him with a respectful expression on his face. As they were about to leave the city, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. In front of the city gate stood an old man. The old man wore a long black robe, and his hands were hidden in his sleeves. His expression was cold and gloomy. Beside Yi Xian, Xiuwang said in a low voice, "Old man Xuanji is a big shot in the city. Primordial Spirit Realm." Big shot? Yi Xian smiled and looked at old man Xuanji. "What's the matter?" Old man Xuanji looked at Yi Xian. "Are you a Destiny Realm expert?" Yi Xian asked in return, "Do you have a problem with that?" His tone was unfriendly. Old man Xuanji said, "I wouldn't dare." Before old man Xuanji could finish speaking, Yi Xian suddenly walked slowly towards old man Xuanji. He walked very slowly and calmly, as if he was taking a stroll. Seeing this, old man Xuanji's eyes narrowed, and his hands that were hidden in his sleeves slowly clenched. He was a little nervous. When Yi Xian was 10 feet away from old man Xuanji suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, Yi Xian fell directly into the abyss of 11 layers of spacetime, and countless mysterious spacetime forces surged madly towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not panic at all, and he allowed the mysterious forces to surge towards him. Very quickly, old man Xuanji's expression changed. Because he noticed that Yi Xian was actually completely fine even though he was in the abyss of spacetime. Not only that, but the mysterious spacetime forces did not harm Yi Xian in the slightest. The expressions of those experts in the dark changed when they saw this scene. This was a real big shot. Old man Xuanji's expression turned extremely ugly. At this moment, even he was slightly panicking. Yi Xian walked up to old man Xuanji. He did not attack, but instead opened his palm and gently guided it. In an instant, a mysterious spacetime directly enveloped old man Xuanji. Old man Xuanji's pupils constricted when he was enveloped by the mysterious spacetime. This is, a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. You actually dare to play with spacetime in front of me? Are you joking? Old man Xuanji immediately bowed respectfully. Senior, I have offended you, please forgive me. Yi Xian laughed coldly, and then he walked out of the city. Su Wang hurriedly followed him. When he saw that Yi Xian did not attack, old man Xuanji instantly heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and then he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was almost gone. Xiong Ho felt a slight headache in the dark. This old man is an primordial soul realm expert at any rate, why is he so cowardly? Go on and kill him. She knew that the reason Yi Xian was able to disregard spacetime was entirely because of that sword, and not because of his own strength. As for that mysterious spacetime, Yi Xian was utterly unable to fully control it. It could be said that Yi Xian was a paper tiger. As long as this old man punched, this fellow would reveal his true colors. But this old man had been frightened. Xiong Ho shook her head. She really did not expect this fellow to come to this place and actually rely on a trick to survive. In the distance, outside the city, Su Wang suddenly said, Senior, why don't you kill him? Yi Xian smiled faintly. Would you purposely step on an ant to death? Su Wang was stunned, and then he shook his head. Yi Xian smiled. Everything in the world is like an ant. If I want to destroy it, I can destroy the heavens with one sword. As he spoke, he looked at Su Wang and smiled. For the past 1,000,000 years, I have basically not made a move. Do you know why? Su Wang shook his head. Yi Xian smiled. I usually do not make a move, but if I do, it will not just be 1 or 2 deaths. I am afraid that if I make a move, an entire universe will be gone. Su Wang. End of this chapter. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.